Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Thursday, December the 9th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. You guys can hear me and see my screen. All right, let's get at it. I know you guys have been talking about a lot of the stocks already. So let's just take, now I don't know if this just is Canada again, but I'm a little ticked off. I get this no data to display again when I'm looking at my headlines. In IB, I don't know, this happened a few weeks ago just for Canadian subscribers, so I don't know if this is widespread or again just hitting Canada. So I could only really see the headline, so I couldn't dive into a lot of the news to see what's happening. But let's take a look. AUPH was up, again, positive data, but I really don't know if it's phase 1, phase 2, anything else about it, but AUPH up. Yeah, you guys, of course, were talking about the RETA, R-E-T-A, FDA rejection. Yeah, somebody mentioned that before. Another Canadian subscriber, Dwayne, and Taro mentioned it also. Be interested in anybody with in the United States who have IB. And if you click on headlines, are you getting the no data to display also? Or is it, again, just the Canadian... Is it just in Canada? Same here in IB, and Bill, you're in the States. HRXT, FDA approval. HRXT, and again, that's all I can see, guys. Just a headline. EVGO, this could be an interesting one. EVGO, I did, again, I can only see the headline, but JP Morgan basically said JP Morgan indicated they think that these guys are the fast charging leaders in the sector, okay? And that is EVGO. So a nice pump by JP Morgan on EVGO. Zach's favorite, and from Zach's, ENSC, huge pump up here, guys. Very low float, big pop. Oh, PJ, don't be silly. Many Americans have IB. I know you got to be kidding, of course. IINN, IINN. Again, patent application. Yeah, massive gap here. Low float, 5 million in the float. Oh, IB is super popular. Curve, this is a earnings play. This is taking a hit. Curve, CURV, taking a hit down 24%, guys, and all-time low. So this is another one of those all-time lows. Can't wait to see what happens when the market opens. Pair has been up and down. Again, this just recently emerged from its SPAC status to become pair. Excuse me, 3 days ago. But it's been kind of choppy. I don't see any specific news on it. Well, I shouldn't say that. There is news, but I can only get the headline. It says LJ10 LLC reported. That's it. That's all I got. Keep an eye on the docu, guys. Remember from yesterday, this had an amazing run on the CEO purchasing, I think it was around $5 million worth of stock. And this was the key area right here, 155.40. And it's right there. Why is it key? Because, if it can take this out, this is the 4 day ago high. And, got kicked on earnings. But it is trying to come back. And look at the gap. So I'd be definitely paying attention to that one. The TGLS, Hindenburg hit piece on them. Let's see if this has got some still more strength down. I think that it's got some support not that far away. You know, if we can believe that there's going to be some support at all on the monthly chart. It's around 2187-ish, so it may, I mean, that's a massive gap down already. We haven't seen a Hindenburg hit piece for a while. They were the guys who they hit? What was that car maker out of China? Not the car maker. One of you guys will know. Lucid. I think this is just somebody asked, is there any specific news on it? I don't think there's any specific news on it. I think it's still from last week or Monday, whenever it was, when a lot of these SPACs are being investigated and sort of challenging the business relationship between CCIX, the SPAC that became LCID. APRE, Real mentioned this one, APRE. FDA has removed the clinical hold. But to me it looks, TGLS is moving down, guys. Moving down more. TGLS is moving down more. Oh man, TGLS moving down more. How do you get pre-market volume on EVGO? It's right here. Well, right here. If you have a single stock window, you see it. For any. I mean, I'm on TGLS right now, but for any stock, if you have a single stock window up and running, it has the pre-market volume. Yes, CIEN is an earnings play, and this is a big gap up, guys. Big gap up on earnings at an all-time high for CIEN. How many shares and what price, Bob? I don't think I have that one on my IPO calendar. But I will I'll create a price alert. But how many shares and, excuse me, and what is the proposed IPO price? What's the range? IPW was gapping just as I was opening the room. And yeah, somebody said they didn't have shorts. IB does not have shorts for them either. IPW gapped up on their first nutrient release. So it's pretty big then, 45 million shares. I mean, it could be interesting. Only $9 though, 45 million shares, $9, interesting. And XAir provided a regulatory update. That's all I could see. And it is gapping down. And well, it's bounced from 650. Actually, it's a big bounce. Almost a $2 bounce from the lows. It is it? Okay. I don't know why. I don't recall it. But let me do a quick check. Okay, I'm just hearing SESN, probably a financing. Mogo is a financing also, guys. MOGO is a financing. Okay, guys, docu. I mean, it's clearing. I'm not saying it's going to, fill this void in completely, or even may stop right now. But man, oh man, look at that void for docu, guys. Yeah, you're right. It is right there. So I see, yeah, nine. Yeah. Well, actually, I see 200. See, I don't know how interesting this is going to be. I mean, it's 200. That's a huge 289 million shares at $9. 289 million. I mean, listen, anything can happen, but they're raising $2.6 billion. You're right. Some big guys, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, Citigroup, etc. behind it, but that's just a whack of shares. Yeah, look at this. 289 million shares right there, 9. So could be. I mean, 2.6 billion, yeah. PLAB, P-L-A-B. And I actually did hold it. P-L-A-B. Okay. Got it right around here on that little run up. And I said I would hold it if it held well at the end of the day, which it did. And into the pre-market. And we'll just see what happens when it opens. I almost was going to sell on this pop, but there's not very much volume yet. But it was PLAB. Yeah, guys, just to give me a moment here. Again, these stupid Bluetooth issues. All right, give me a moment. All right, it is now 9:14, so let me do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com, if there's anything kind of interesting. Well, we have a few upgrades and we have a few downgrades, so let me get a few of them in right now. An upgrade from BMO for NVEI. Okay, BMO trying to support our Canadian company, Bank of Montreal. I'm hearing Perry, guys. Oh, it's on the way down. P-E-R-I on the way down. I'm hearing it. Just checking to see if I can see a stock with multiple downgrades or upgrades. I don't see any right now. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in now. All right, a couple of downgrades for Rita. All right, I do not see any multiple downgrades either, other than the Rita, R-E-T-A. All right, there's some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Yeah, it's on my list as a gap up, but I don't see any news for it. SYTA, low float, Canadian stock. It's just been active. I don't know what to say. A couple of days ago, of course, got up to 741. Sold way off. Had a bit of a down day yesterday. Just might be one of those, traders are, for whatever reason. I don't know what happened here yesterday, on 2 days ago. There must have been some news on it. And it might be just, one of those things where traders are looking at it, another low float situation. Well, let's see if we can pop it up again, other than specific news for today. Just one moment, please. All right, guys. All right, let's take a look at the sectors. Let's see what is happening. The market's going to have a little bit of a negative open as we speak, but let's take a look at the sectors, individual sectors. Now let's see what's happening. Get maybe a bit of a clue what might happen in the first hour anyway. Whoa, look at energy. So virtually every energy stock is down from yesterday's close, guys. That's what that 95% means. So is there any positive? There's no healthcare, but 50-50. So virtually all the sectors are down. I mean, healthcare is about 50-50, but virtually all the other sectors are down. And energy especially, almost 100% of them are down from yesterday's close. That's what these numbers mean. Of course, this can change rapidly. Well, can that TGLS take out 20? Your scan is down? You mean you're not getting any data from trade ideas? Or just one scan? What do you mean by that exactly? Okay, you have a green ball though, right? It might be just an intermittent issue. Just let me know. Oh, double I, double N, yeah, approaching 6 now. So that was the yeah. I saw the headline providing a regulatory update, but I could not see what it was exactly. So that's the issue on XAir. You guys see that move for court at the end of the day? This was the one that was down most of the day, but then it had that run at the end of the day. It lifted off that 17 and it got up to almost 19. It was just stuck here for the longest time after being the big gap down, pre-market, then it just got stuck right here. Docu guys, I mean, I don't usually trade this level, but I'm certainly want to see how well it holds that over that 150. It looks like it's holding that 155.40 level really well. Why? Right there, there's that high of 4 days ago. And also, yeah, BMO upgraded NVEI for what it's worth. The old Lucan coffee here, LKNCY, still a pink sheet stock. I'm watching, the problem with TGLS is that it's down so much, and the uptick rule definitely in effect. Do I want to take it before the market opens? That's the issue. I think this is another financing, guys. I may be wrong. No, this is just following a business update. So this is CCNY, down a lot, 31%. Didn't really talk about it too much. It's such a cheap one, but CCNY down. I think this one had a little pop in the, yeah, look at this one, CFVI. Keep an eye on this one, guys. I mean, CFVI after hours hit 1544, which at that point would have been almost an all-time high, all right? 3 days ago, it hit 1548, and after hours, it hit 1535 or 50, yeah, almost there. So, you know, keep an eye on CFVI. I don't know if there's any specific news on it, but definitely a nice move. And again, that's a low float, pretty low float, 30 million in the float. The meter maid is down. Our Rita is moving down still. I think I have an alert set around 30. I mean, this is almost an all-time low. Yes, you're right about the CVFY, yes. All right, so Fernando, when you ask me my thoughts on anything, I just have to wait for this market to open, okay? 1 minute to, thank you, William, 1 minute to the open. I mean, you know, it's got room still. I mean, the next high looking left on the daily is 959. They have like a press release this morning, so it's popped it. It's a low float. But again, I don't know how to answer a question when you say, what are my thoughts on it? I mean, it's already, you know, if you were in it early, great. Now you have to wait and see if it's going to hold. The next high looking left is 648. It's in my morning gappers. Again, guys, take mine. It's right there. Look at that. Okay, we are now open. And look at TGLS, guys, underneath 20 now. Well, it was under 20. There's Rita, guys, RETA. It's making a new low, not a pre-market low, not taking out the pre-market low, I don't think, but a low curve. It did have a pop pre-market, but this is a low now, market hour low. All right, so TGLS is kind of pretty whippy right now. Ooh, just got halted. TGLS just got halted on the way up. Look at DOCU, guys. DOCU. Okay, IPW is still, let's see, did you take out the, no, so it is, it's a market high, obviously not a pre-market high, 514 way up here. This Perry keeps moving down. PERI. I don't see. Is it an earnings play? Not an earnings play. Okay, so it's a. So they've done a financing, 21.50 a share. So it's above the financing price. All right. Yeah, Pear just got halted on the way up. Pear got halted on the way up. Let's see what happens when this TGLS opens. Not a big clue yet what's going to happen. 21.93 on the halt, 21.94 still on the bid ask, so no big clue yet. Oh, there's Curve. Oh man, what happened with Curve? 12.16. Actually, it popped off that. Okay. So I don't like taking them early, though yesterday court was in there early and it just, just ramped all the way down. EFOI just got halted. Probably on the way up. Yeah. Active one, of course. EFOI got as high as 444 yesterday, right at the 200-day. It halted right at the 200-day moving average. All right, okay, double I, double N is now back over 6. A little pull back down to 550 while it was over 6. All right, this should open in about 5 seconds. The TGLS should open in about 5 seconds. All right, it just opened. All right, let's see how TGLS, is this just a momentary pop? All right, guys, Docu. I can't tell you to take the trade, but Docu, once it really held at 154.40, oh, I'm sorry, 155.40, that was a high of 3-4 days ago. It's kind of exciting to play these more expensive ones. You don't have to take a lot of shares. INOQ guys, INOQ having a little bit of a move here. Some volume coming in. IONQ. Look at the volume for DOCU too. I mean, it's great volume. Anyway, and a pair just came out of its halt. And a nice little run. Got halted at 1370. What did it get up to? Got up to almost $1 pop on that. Are you okay, Zach, in terms of your data now? Okay, good. All right, quite a few things are triggering from my watch list. Again, nothing happens in these two windows until at least 9:45. That is by design. RLMD. Wow, look at this one. This is no real action in the pre-market. EFOI just resumed. Docu gives up 161. I will take some out. All right, well, not yet anyway. Just look at the void. I mean, listen, you're not in it now. I mean, it's maybe too late, but I mean, just look at that void. That is the one I think I am waiting for. NRSN, I think, Rob. That's a it's a bio, right? No, that's not the bio. There's one INTS, I think, maybe. All right, double I, double N, rejected at 6 so far. Okay, thank you, Rob. Okay. I guess I don't have it. I will let's put an alert. And you said what? 2 million at 6, okay? Okay. Here's Zach's favorite, ENSC, big gap up, making another high. Look at the volume coming in. Oh man, guys. Whoa. Anybody take it? Anybody take the docu? I only talked about it 1,000 times, but well, it's going to be so interesting to see how. I mean, there's the next. I'm not saying it's going to get to 226. Obviously, I'm not saying that, but basically, what I'm doing is if it pops through a whole number and then it gets back down to that whole number, I'm taking some out. Yeah, that's a good bounce. I mean, there's no question. The TGLS. Yeah, actually, both of them, both of the ones that just got killed this morning, BIOS, Rita, is actually moving higher, and so is TGLS. Wow, look at pair now. Wow, got thumped $2 over $2 down, just like that. All right, so I took some out, as I said. If it hit that 163 mark, I was going to take some out, and that's the docu. HRL, that's a food company, isn't it? Or Hormel, pronounce it. Earnings, yeah, earnings way up there. Now, to me, let's see, what is the high here? 45.76. So there's the high in that on the monthly chart. So it's pretty close, actually. Only $1 away. And it's the same on that weekly chart. So it's about $1 away to the next highs on the monthly and the weekly. Okay, IFBD. This is putting a little move. It's a low float, 12.5 million in the float. Not very much volume though. Okay. Rent is an earnings play. Rent is an earnings play also. Let's see what it's doing. So it's down 10%. It's an all-time low. Rent is an all-time low. Well, again, here are the pre-market lows, but of course it doesn't count. Yeah, well, I'm swinging. This is what I did. I took it here. I took it right around here. Like I sold some and holding the rest for a swing position. And that's the PLAB. I mentioned this one yesterday. That was my plan if it closed well, which it did. And of course, this was an earnings play yesterday, and as well, it was an AI alert. You can see right there, the AI alert was at 1658 entry, 1658 entry. Restoration, well, it used to be Restoration, right? RH. I don't know what they call them now. What do they call themselves now? So Restoration Hardware, okay, holding company now, okay. Yeah, big move. Wow, big move on earnings. Getting almost back to that all-time high. All right, guys, moment of truth maybe for the docu. The DOC, yeah, halt on RCRT, a halt, 421. Recruiter.com, low float, 9.8 million in the float. And the high over here is 535, so it's got room on the monthly. Let's take a look on the weekly. 479 is the next high, I think. Yeah, it looks like 479 is the next high in the weekly, so it's got some room. Ooh, this is going to be a big open, maybe. Here's the halt, 421, 450, 450. Projected open. Of course, that can change, but well, look at Bitcoin. Yeah, I mean, look at the ETF, BITO, Bitcoin ETF, basically at a low, all-time low. What's the coin at now? Jeff usually tells me what the coin is now. 156 or so. 48. Holy smokes. Underneath 50. Well, a little DWAC is taking a hit here, guys. DWAC had a big pre-market or market run at the end of the day. Post-market run up to 669, but now it's dropped $10. All right, guys, I am now out of my docu, okay? Only way I get back in is if it takes out those highs, so I'm completely out of the docu. I was in around 156, got out some at 163, and then as it's cruising down to 160, started taking some more out, so I'm all out of that one. That's, can't remember the last time I traded a stock that expensive. Ooh, guys, look at ISIG. ISIG just got halted. Look at this move here. Wild one, guys. Here's the high of yesterday, 24.85, the high of yesterday. Can I just get a confirmation, anybody who lives in the States that has IB and they click on a headline, that they're getting this error message, no data to display? I've verified it. It's definitely Canadian, or Canadian subscribers have told me that, but I'm just wondering if US subscribers also are getting that same. That's when they click on a headline. All right, Petro. So again, it's just punishing Canada again. All right. Um, like I'm not a great pullback player, Jods. So I would probably well, first of all, I said I would probably almost definitely get back in if I got over 165, just because of the void. Okay, but I want to see how it trades there, of course. But you know, it's had a fantastic, about a $25 run from the low of yesterday to the high of today. So I mean, it's had a big run. Another one, you guys were just talking about Box D. Box D was halted. Actually, is this an IPO or? Okay, so this is okay. So this was a SPAC. I don't know what SPAC it was. Let's take a look. At least I have my news from Trade Ideas. So what was the SPAC? So it was the Seven Oaks. Okay, so it was SVOK, and now it's Box D. Okay, and it's halted. Sumo is this Sumo Logic. Sumo is on the way down, almost an all-time low. Wow, look at this one, guys. Sumo, wow, yeah, it's shortable for me. Sumo on the way down, and you look left. I mean, right under here is the next low looking left, 1340. That's about $1.50 away to the next low looking left. Let's see how well it holds under 15. Yeah, I don't see any specific news on it other than it's a tech stock and tech probably. Let's take a look at tech. Just let's take a look at the sector. Yeah, so only 34%, so 65% of them are down. 100% now for energy. So if you wanted to take an energy play, it better have specific news to it. Otherwise, you're going definitely against the flow. Okay, guys, curve. I've got to watch this curve underneath 12. Now this reminds me a little bit like the Weber yesterday. May not be dynamic enough. It's down 22% already. It's an earnings play, CORV. Meanwhile, ISIG just exploded. There's the TGLS, guys. Underneath 20 again. Look at this run. I did not take this one. I was, of course, too wrapped up in the docu. So, well, it looks like it's really cratering now. Don't know how easy it is to get this now that it's it's down 41%. All right, let's see how well this holds underneath 20. Ren is halted too. Yes, Ren is halted also for volatility halt. Another one. So wow, look at ISIG. Holy smokes, 27 now. Blasting through that high of yesterday. Not in it. No, well, ISIG, I mean, has no, well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, it's not, I guess it's not, in theory, a lifetime high, but I have no idea where any resistance is on a chart for ISIG. I'd have to go back probably a bunch of years. And who cares? Yeah, I have to go back to 2014. Who cares? All right, guys, there's the curve underneath 12. So what was the low in the pre-market? The low was 11.29. Okay. And continuing to watch his TGLS to see if it maintains under 20. See if the Hindenburg has still more effect on this one. All right, I got a fill. I actually got a little fill. I don't know if I'm going to like it on the TGLS. It took a bit. 1970. The bad spread right now. But wow, boy, this is all over the place. If it touches 20, I'm gone. Come on, collapse or get me out. Do one or the other. TGLS. Wow, ISIG just resumed. Boy, it got halted again, of course, at 27. Resume at 28.50. Again, look at my watch list. ISIG 24.92. Guys, I'm just having to watch this TGLS. If I get an ask at 20, I'm gone. I'll just move on to something else. So Ren just opened, RENN just opened. All right. Halted again. Oh, on the way down, man. Oh man, look at this on the way down. Okay, let's get down to 19. All right, all right. Let's take out 19 in a big way now. Uh, 1970. 1970. You're talking the TGLS, right? No, I've just covered some underneath 19 now. Almost a buck. And wow, there it is. I mean, 1979. So it showed up here. That's one reason. I mean, I wanted it. Number one, I wanted it under 20. The 10-day daily breakdown strikes again. Yeah, I don't know about the curve. I'm going to stick an alert underneath underneath 12. See if it takes it out a little bit later. And I didn't even realize it, but yeah, Holly actually has TGLS as a short also. That's a big stop. All right, Smith & Wesson, SWBI, triggering here, 1823. Man, you take this is a little bit like the docu, guys. If it takes out this 1867, look at the room. Okay, it's a little bit like the docu from yesterday, of course. I'm afraid to look at ISIG, and I'm sure it must have come down. Not really. Oh man, $33. I mean, it came down, from the highs here, but still holding on to 30. All right, here's another earnings play, guys. PHR. Don't know anything about them. After the company, so this is an earnings play. Still no data to display for me. Okay, Ren resumed on the way down. Man, oh man, what's happening here? I don't see. Do you guys see any news on this? China stock, but do you guys see any news on this Ren? Yeah, I don't see any news on Ren. That's amazing. All right, guys. So listen, I'm out of the TGLS. Watch it as it was trying to hold underneath 19. I might take it again if it breaks down under 19 again. So basically short 1970, took some out at 1883, and then on the pop up over 19. So at this point, I'm not in anything. I am not in anything. Other than the PLAB. I'm in the PLAB as I'll call it a pseudo swing. I have no idea how long I'll hold it. This is the AI from yesterday, PLAB. You got to be nimble in these. I mean, look at the TGLS. What's the float on that one? Yeah, so I mean, there it is. I mean, 20 million in the float. So you got to be very, very careful. It certainly worked on the way down, but it's popped up. All right, box D halted now on the way down. All right, so this is the SPAC. I think it is I believe it's, yes, I think you're right. Unless no, it doesn't look like it. I think you're thinking about another one. I think I think I know what you mean, but unless they've changed their business. All right, guys, so things have settled down a little bit now for me, not getting as many new alerts. This BHG, a little bit interesting. I mean, the next high is 460, so from 430 to 460, if it did that, that wouldn't be too bad, but I'd rather see more room for it to run before it hits any sort of resistance. How was that NVEI doing after that? Yeah, up a little bit. Just mentioned the PHR moving down here on earnings. Frisia price target cut to $65. It's a little late now from 81. It's a little late now. Anyway, this is a little confusing. Needham maintains buy on Frisia, lowers price target to 65. No, I see. Okay, so they're anticipating some kind of a bounce at some point. I guess that is how I read it. I cannot click on the headline. Or I click on the headline, but I'm not getting any more in detail news. Nothing here on tons and lots halts and halts and halts. Wow. REN N. You know, and it's not on huge volume. I mean, 400,000 shares, 17 million in the float. It's 16 times normal, but it's not like this is, millions and millions of shares here. And now it's through the 200-day moving average. It's crazy. No news. No news that I can see. Well, so much for the APRE. What was their news again? FDA removal of their clinical hold. Yeah, so a little excitement at the beginning, but this could easily go negative. All right, the market. Dow's down a little, SPY's down a little, Nasdaq's down a little, so sure would be nice to see if there's some sort of news on it, just to see what is causing this. Delisting or something. Remember, a lot of these China stocks are going to self-delist and list on a Hong Kong exchange. I think. No, I mean, I'm not saying that that's the case right here, but it appears it's good news, but again, one of those bios that just fizzle, I mean, yeah, FDA removes the clinical hold and all, et cetera, little pop, but, I guess they're saying, okay, big deal. RCRT, okay, what are you doing? RCRT 450. Well, definitely a base here, little base here. I mean, I'm not a big... This is the sort of thing that I do look at, though. If you get some volume, very low float, 9.8 million in the float, get some volume to start pushing it as high as 470. PHR continues down, guys. This is an earnings play, just continuing down. I did not take it. A little disappointed in the TGLS. I was hoping for maybe a break all the way down to 18 and below. Oh man. No, ISIG just halted again on the way up. Again, this is just about trying to do either a merger or a buyout or get bought out, or it's that float, guys. It's the float. Yeah, this is, look at this. I mean, just when you think it can't go, it can't get any crazier. I mean, 3 days ago, 4 days ago, this was, well, 3 days ago, this is a $5 stock. So you would think, okay, it's had its fun, especially when you see the next day, you think, okay, that's enough of this nonsense. And then yesterday, even then though, you thought, okay, 25, and it closes down at 19. That's got to be it. This is the biggest volume bar when compared to the previous three ones. Three. And anyway, here is the projected open. 35. Thank you, Zach. So there's a 200-day moving average at 2020 for TGLS, still hanging underneath. Now if it gets down under 19 again, I may take a look at it, but this may be it. All right, this is a SPAC that just opened. HORIU just opened. As Zach says, entertainment purposes only. So now it's 33. See how this changes. So it got halted at what time? 10:17:08. So 10:23:08. So it's still got about 3 minutes before it's going to open. If it's a 5-minute halt. Remember at one point that was 35:35. Now it's only 33:33. Again, this is Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. I have to keep repeating that, okay, guys, because I get emails saying, hey, where do you get that within IB or within trade ideas? And I say, you don't. Exactly, Grumpy. Mission accomplished with that silly press release. Yeah, man, what a move. I mean, this is an earnings play, all-time high, of course, Sienna, all-time high. This is the opening candle here. I'm sorry, right there. So from there, about $70, it's tacked on about 3. Depends on your broker, of course, Gary, but let's take a look. I'm pretty sure there are no shorts. None at Interactive Brokers, but yeah, none with Interactive Brokers. Okay, just opened, and what did it open at? Well, yeah, well, it's 35. It did get up there, 35.16. What do you mean there's a price difference between IB and TI, Phil? I have to explain a little bit more in detail. What do you mean by that? Look at curve. Oh man. Talk about a curveball. Look at this. Up, down, up, down. So was up 1373 all the way down to 1185, up to 1313. So I mean, this is still interesting, I guess, if it takes out 12. There's the alert at 1216. But it's pretty choppy, and sort of staying away from these low floaters, you know, on the with these gap downs, because this is what can happen. And it's a very low float, 12 million in the float. I'd rather see around, you know, min 30, 40, 50 million shares. So it's a little more orderly. Well, if you're talking about a chart, the charts are updated every 8 to 10 seconds, if that's what you're talking about. I mean, it's 34.13. I'm looking at IB right now. It's 34.13. 34.70. I don't know about that. No, 34.11. 34. I mean, you know. So I'm not sure where you're getting 30. I don't see where you're getting 34.70 for Blink. $34.05. $34.05. Well, my IB doesn't, so I'm not sure what to say. You can see this is Interactive Brokers. This is what it's telling me right here, and it aligns with our charts. Yeah, because it's a SPAC today, I don't know if there's any reliable float information. Who says I'm profitable, Gary, now? Oh, I struggled, you know, like lots of people at the very beginning. I had no room like this or any real guidance. So to really push trade ideas, I didn't become I'm kidding a little bit, but you know, 2010 is when I became a subscriber to Trade Ideas, and that definitely turned things around for me. Okay, just looking at, man, that pair is, what a mess. Mess. All right, SFIX, you are fixated on SFIX. All right, so you're looking at it for a pop, obviously. You got in this one. RENN, so it's finally it's lifting a bit, and it's halted on the way up. Look at Bitcoin, guys. BITO. This is probably now for this ETF, probably an all-time low. Almost. You know, this is the ETF for Bitcoin. Started with much fanfare 2 months ago. And it's just been trashed. Biggest change in my trading, though, seriously, Gary, not over trading. That's number one. And really, really, really sticking to my stops and things like that. You know, until I wasn't doing that. I mean, I wouldn't say floundering, but, you know, I really didn't have a solid plan. Okay, guys, so the TGLS, you know, the red just opened, and I know some of you guys are long, so I'm cheering you on. Oops. Well, it did open 15, got up to 16, but it dropped $2 like that. So, obviously be careful. Court had a great run at the end of the day. Yeah, okay. Almost gone to yesterday's high. Oh, just leave us alone. IMPP keeps halting. We don't care. I think they're doing somebody said they're doing a financing. This has been in our halts resumes all week. I would say it's about par for the course at Denver this week. We've had tons of halts all week. You know, the same stocks, not necessarily different stocks, but you know, the same ones get halted constantly. Okay, so things are starting to settle down a little bit. What time is it? 10:30. Come on, Grumpy. You know you're supposed to alert me to my spiel. You know that. Yeah, so again, Gary, you know, trade ideas, I mean, that's why we call it trade ideas. They give you the ideas, but knowing how to trade those ideas is the key. Well, okay, guys, first of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. now and 3 p.m. I open the room now at 8 or even a little bit earlier. I'm not on the mic until 9, but you guys can come in at 8 o'clock, maybe sometimes earlier, but certainly by 8 o'clock. Sharing my screen and live on the mic. And I always start off with my home page. Okay, so my home page. So in the main trading room, I have a tab here called Barry's Home Page, and of course, that link that I put right here is there all day. So I'm going to click on the link. So if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, this is a promo code you can use, Barry4Alpha, for 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. You click on Get Trade Ideas. We have 4 plans: annual, monthly, premium, and standard. So the premium annual is $22.68 a year minus the 15%, and standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI, which I'll go into in a little bit. Nothing really shaking there yet. I'd be watching the TGLS. I mean, the AI had an alert at 1919. If it takes out 19 again, it could run later on. Anyway, you don't have to have an annual plan though, okay? And in fact, don't take out an annual plan if you don't think you're going to want this program. You've got to know you want it, okay? I know it sounds like counter-selling, but we don't want to put you into something that you don't like, because our refund policy, you've got to read what the policy is. So you can always start off with a monthly plan. Standard is $118, premium is $228. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only. After that, if you maintain a monthly plan, this is what you'll pay going forward. But at any point, if you decide you want to upgrade from a monthly to an annual, another one of these, we will honor the 15% promo, okay? So there are 3 free sections on my homepage. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern, and all the education, most of it, of course, geared specifically to Trade Ideas. We have a very comprehensive user guide now. If you're new to Trade Ideas, I would definitely take the introductory lessons. Talks about what are top lists and creating them, alert windows, creating them. Talks about the AI, which we nickname Holly, and Brokerage Plus. So take a look at the 20 introductory lessons. Daily support session. So today is Thursday. Supposed to be Jamie in our YouTube room. Okay, I take a break at noon. One of the other traders takes over. So between 12 and 1, Jamie will be there. And as always, Chris will be in the YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. Okay? And that's Monday to Friday for Chris. And before I do take my break at noon, I will put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there. Daily webinars. So today is Thursday, so there is not one today. Next week, we're on the Tuesday-Thursday rotation. This week, it was Monday-Wednesday, but you can sign up for them all right here. And this is a great little video series, okay, put on by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. So this is not, I mean, it's not specifically trade. This is, literally, if you want a refresher course or you're brand new to trading, take a look at this. It starts off with what is a stock? Okay, and this is all free. So the only thing that is not free are my scans. You have to be a subscriber to Trade Ideas if you want my scans. Which makes sense, right? So here they are. So not this one here, the moving higher with unusually strong options. This will get way more active once we get back into earnings season. It's a little inactive right now, but once we get back into earnings season, this can produce some. I love the scan, but I'm also loving, of course, the 10-day daily. More the breakdown, the 10-day daily breakdown than the breakout, but they're both good. And this is what I use in the pre-market. People say, somebody said in the pre-market, how come I didn't get, I can't remember the stock, why didn't I see that in the pre-market, in the gappers? I can't answer that. I don't know why. You're probably using our channel, and there's nothing wrong with our channel, but this is what I use. I use the gap up, gap down shared, pre-market actives up and down, okay? These are top lists, and these are alerts. These are the 4 that I've been using for years and years and years, just to take a look at the things that are moving in the pre-market. And I've also added the lifetime low. On a day like today where the market is moving down, this could be an interesting one. Okay, these are stocks making lifetime lows. So there's a lot of information right here. in the education section and my scan section. Save my link, and then you can look at them all whenever you want. ISPC, let me take a look at ISPC before I just start talking a little bit in general about trade ideas. Specimen, all right. Low float, of course it's a low float, 3.2 million in the float. Next high looking left is 2088, so this has got room if it wants to keep running. Is it halted? Not halted yet. Trying to see if there's any news on it. I don't see any news, no headline anyway. All right, so if you're new, Trade Ideas, what we are a scanner. We scan the US stock market. All right, we do not, doesn't matter who your broker is, and it doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. If you want to build your own scans, you would always start off something like this. I'll take a look at the scan that I've got here. I'm going to right click, configure, summary. Always start off with filters. Always start off with filters. So in this particular scan, I'm looking for stocks between price between 2 and 35. Current volumes at least 8, meaning it's trading at least 8 times normal, etc. Okay? Always start off with filters, because what happens here is if these filter requirements are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks here. These are the ones, this is sort of the flip of the new highs, the daily 10-day daily breakouts. These are the breakdowns, okay? So you can see if I just had an alert saying, well, show me stocks making new highs, I'd be inundated with alerts all day long. So that's why you always start off with filters. Now the good news, you do not have to learn a programming language. You right click on an alert window, I'm going to show you configure and then search. These are all the alerts that we have. When you see these icons, and when it switches to these icons, these are all the filters. Listen carefully, please. You don't have to learn them all. If people get the wrong idea, they think, man, how am I going to learn all of these alerts and filters? You don't have to. What we did as a company, we said, okay, most people do not want to have to learn a programming language, so we tried to create enough alerts and filters so the majority, we've got thousands of subscribers, all sorts of different trading styles, but for the majority of our subscribers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they want to create their own scans, okay? So you don't have to learn them all. Now I keep saying that if you want to create your own scans. So you can take my scans. You can also go into if you click on new from our toolbar and click on dock channel bar, these are themed channels. All right, so you don't even have to know how to build a scan at all. Just click on a channel. This is a momentum channel. Okay, there's our CRT as an example. If you can right click to see what it's looking for, right click, configure, and click on the summary, and it shows you what it's looking for. Now, if you didn't like exactly these values, for instance, if you thought, well, I don't like that price range, I want between 1 and 10. Just make the change. I click on the summary, you see how it has changed. I can click on OK now. Now, a word about that though, if you leave the channel and come back, your change is not saved. The reason being is that the channels are for everybody, so the fact you want to make a change to something is not necessarily what everybody else wants. However, the whole idea of really what I'm trying to describe here is that you can go to the individual channels and start extracting scans that you might like to make part of your layout. You just save them to the cloud. So you can make a change if you want, or you can leave them and then you just save them to the cloud. Now I'll go to another channel, the stock surging. The action is heating up. You might like that one. Maybe you're into earnings. Where's our earnings channel? There's earnings. Here's our earnings channel. Maybe you want to take a look at, stocks that are up after earnings or down after earnings, okay? So we've created a lot of scans, so you don't have to create anything if you don't want to. And then you can just take them, save them to the cloud. And then if you've saved them, you just file, load from cloud, and then you'll see them up here. You click on it and load, and you just, in that fashion, you can build your own layout without having to create anything from scratch. And once if that's what you want to do, that's fine. Most of our subscribers, though, probably will tweak them, maybe create their own scans. But again, you don't have to. We try to make it very, very simple for people. They don't want to create their own scans. Okay, a word about the AI. If you have it's a part of our premium service. If you click on New from our toolbar, click New, and then click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. This is what you'll see. You'll see this window right there, okay? And there's nothing for you to do. In other words, you just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them will be up to you. You don't have to get in right at the exact time you get the alert. I never do. I always, no matter what alert I get from either my scans or the AI, I will always click on the alert. I want to see what it looks like. Is there some resistance or support nearby? Is it near a moving average? Just things like that. Does it have room? And I can usually size it up pretty quickly, whether or not I want to take it. Okay, so how you trade it will be up to you. There's no video that's going to say this is what you do when you get an alert. Now this blue screen you see here is called Brokerage Plus. And I'll put the Brokerage Plus link into the room. Whoops, wrong one. All right, so there is the Brokerage Plus link. In that link, there are two videos. The short video will show you if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? You need an IB or E-Trade account with live data, real-time data, okay? And then you can use this window if you want to trade. Now, again, listen carefully. If you don't have an IB account or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. We're a scanner. You can use any broker you want. Okay, it just means you won't have this feature. It's just an option. It's a feature. It's nice, but it's not mandatory to use. The second video in that link goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window. And the way I like to really talk about it more, though, is if you're new to trading, please, 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 before you commit money to the market, you can practice trading using our simulator, our paper trader. Okay? It uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. In fact, you don't even need a broker. Okay? If you want to just practice trading, part of our standard service, before you actually commit to any broker, you can do it. It uses our real-time our real-time data. So let's just take a look at how easy it is to do something like that with our simulator. All right, guys, so I don't like this AVCT. I know it showed up on the option scanner, but why wouldn't I like it? Look at all the resistance nearby. So just, again, even though it's my favorite scanner, doesn't mean, I just hop into the trade. And that's what I'm saying. I click on the alert. I look to see if it has room. What I see is a lot of resistance not that far away. So consequently, I don't take the trade. If all this weren't here, if all this were underneath this price right here, and the next, and the next high looking left was up at 240, I'd be all over this one. But I just look here and I think, too much resistance. Now this doesn't mean it's not going to pop through this, but I just like to put the odds in my favor. So right now, I don't see that the odds are in my favor by taking this trade. That probably leads into a nice segue here. I mean, I'm always looking for reasons to not take a trade. It might sound crazy, but that's what I do. I look for reasons not to take a trade. Now, not most of my scans, I know that if I get an alert, I have the necessary volume, because in my scans, I put the filters in place that assure me that I'm going to have the necessary volume, the necessary relative volume, and a few other things. Okay, so a lot of the reasons why I would take a trade are already covered in the scan. But the most important thing then is clicking on the alert and seeing what the pattern is, and really checking left on the daily, weekly, monthly charts to see what sort of room there is. So again, I would always look for reasons not to take a trade. Well, and Jeff, seriously, I mean that's probably one of the biggest things. That's because I was probably like a lot of you in here, trading like mad all the time, like getting really antsy if I'm not in a trade. That I just I wait. I really, really, really wait. Even if I weren't moderating a room, because I am distracted a little bit. But even if I weren't, I don't get all bent out of shape if I'm not in a trade all day long. All right, guys. Now, so let's just show you how easy it is to take a trade in the simulator. So let's just say I wanted to take this AVCT. Okay, I mean I wouldn't because again all this resistance, but for the purposes of showing you, and I'm going to put a stop in. So a little bit of money management here, okay? I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to buy right at the market. It's a penny spread. So it should fill me at 141. There we go. Okay, so fill me at 141. I'm going to put a stop in at 121, which actually wouldn't be the worst stop in the world anyway. And when I look at the chart. So one of the key things about trading is, for me anyway, is guess what? Every trade isn't going to work. So I have to have a price where I'm going to get out of the trade if it's not working. Okay, I don't want to get stubborn and think, well, you know what? Even though I was able to check all the boxes to get me into the trade, you know what? Even the best setups, the best everything, the best news, looking left, it's got lots of room. They still sometimes don't work. So I have to have a price where I'm going to get out of the trade. Typically what I do is I look at a chart. If I had been really in this trade, I would have probably take right there, about 125 would have been my stop. I put 121 just to make the math easy. Okay, how I determine is I look at the chart and I check what I consider is maybe a support level. And if it falls down below that support level, I want to be out of the trade. Okay. Others, there's all sorts of different ways. There's no right or wrong way. Others, like we'll maybe take a look at the low of the previous 5-minute candle, or maybe the 15-minute candle, or a moving average. Okay, I know what I do. I'm comfortable with the way I do it. That's why you have to practice trading to get comfortable with the idea, number one, of placing a stop and getting the confidence. Okay, this is where I think I like to place stops. So you notice I placed my stop 20 cents away. Not because every stop is 20 cents away, but I wanted to make the math easy. What am I talking about? Well, you'll notice that when I place that stop, it says minus 97.50, okay, which is close to 100. In the simulator, I'm always risking $100 on a trade because that's the other key thing. One thing to always have know where your stop is, but you also have to know how much you're prepared to lose on the trade. If you have a $5,000 account, hopefully you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I'm risking $100 a trade. How much you're going to risk per trade will be, depending on your account size. And I always try to keep how much I'm risking per trade about the same. It's not like I'm going to risk 100 one trade, 300 the next, 50 the next. I try to keep it around the same every single trade. And that will share size me, okay? Because I'm not taking the same number of shares every trade. How did I get 500 shares? Again, I wanted to make the math easy. So 141 entry, 121 stop, that's 20 cents away. If I'm risking $100, I divide 20 cents into 100, I get 500 shares. Okay? So, a few concepts here, knowing where to place your stop, and then that's going to share size you. And then, of course, one of the most important things is just somehow try to obey your stop. Again, like I said before, you can for all the reasons to not get into the stock, you didn't see any, so you were able to, you have a little checklist, you're able to check everything, and it still doesn't work. A lot of times you get very stubborn. You think, you know what, it's going to bounce. I mean, or start second guessing your stop. Thinking maybe it was too tight. So if this gets down to 121, I don't care. I think it's going to bounce off there. The setup looks too good. Again, I'm just using this as an example. And so you start not obeying your stop. So that manageable $100 loss now starts turning into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally sell and you say, man, why didn't I obey my stop? Now, one of the worst things that can happen, especially when you start out, is that you don't obey your stop and then it comes back and you're making money. And you say, I'm so glad I didn't obey my stop. Of course that is going to happen. But I'm telling you, I used to do that. I used to not obey my stop. And yeah, every now and then I'd say, great, look at this. It has turned around. But I'm just telling you, in the long run, for me anyway, it's been, money management is so key. So a lot to digest, but that's why we have the simulator. Practice trading. Question in our YouTube room. Yeah, there are no shorts available for in Interactive Brokers to short. That's Interactive Brokers. I can't speak for other brokers, of course. So there are no shorts available. But it's halted. I'm sorry, it just resumed. It just resumed. So it was halted at 12:35. So it popped off that halt. It's an all-time high. Okay, so David, when you take the trade, now again, you know what the stop is before you take the trade. So that's what I did here with the AVCT. I took the trade, but I knew my stop was at 121. So that's what share sized me, okay? And so then if you right click, this will be grayed out now because I already have a stop order, but you just add the stop order. Okay, that won't be grayed out. So so when you're in the trade, just right click and add the stop order. And if you want, you can add a target. I don't add targets, but I mean, if you want, you can add a target. The other thing is that if I leave this in, if I don't take this out during the day, here's how you can practice swing trading. Okay, practice swing trading in here. A lot of you I know want to swing trade. Well, you can practice. If I don't exit this trade today, this will remain, and I can practice swing trading. Okay. And these are hotkeys, so if I want to get out of a trade, I just highlight the trade and I can flatten it, or I can get out half the trade, or I can double it. Okay, double my position. These are just hotkeys that we've got. Or of course you could go down here and trade out how many shares you want. If it's not half or double, or you don't want to get out of everything, you wanted to trade 100 shares out, you pick the price, and you could do it also just manually here. All right, guys, let's see. Nothing. Yeah, I double N. I mean, again, I'm not a big pullback. Well, you see, I look at this more like a bounce. I mean, obviously, it bounced beautifully off here, off that 5 level. So yes, a pullback and then a little consolidation. This is about the only time, I didn't take this one, but this is about the only time, I'll take a trade like this when it's not, near the high of the day. All right, bye, Annie. All right, the Rita, the 31 zone. Okay, that's from Zach. RETA. This is all. This is the. What is the low? Well, I've actually have an alert set here around 30. I mean, I'll give up some, but if it took out 30, I think that's a big drop from 37 back down to 31. Okay, now there's curve, but I'm a little reluctant to take it because it's been so whippy and it's got that low float. It's an earnings play. It's an all-time low, not including the pre-market low. But that pre-market low, 1122, it's so tantalizing. Jasper? What is Jasper doing? JSPR? Another low float. Receives a buy. I can't. I'm still not getting my data. Yeah. I see the headline. It says receives a buy from Willie. I don't, probably is that Williams or. Rent is an earnings play too. Rent is an earnings play, and it's actually moving up though. Yeah, it's actually moving up. This wasn't at one point. This was an all-time low down here, but it's actually moving up. Yeah, I mean, look, it's got room. I mean, look at the left on the daily chart. The high was 1324, so I mean, it's got some room. It's still down a little bit, not huge. They released earnings after hours yesterday. You can see kind of the reaction. Got all the way down to 973. Well, I guess that shorter docu would have been better than the long I took, but I'm happy enough to have done it. But yeah, look at it, faded off that high. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Now, one of the things to keep track of also, I've got the max P&L, I've got my closed P&L, total P&L, okay, but they'll be about the same, total and closed, okay? And I have a distance from the exit price. These are some columns. So these are, I think they're very important columns to have. Why? One of the challenges, of course, is, okay, you get into a trade, and assuming you didn't get stopped out, well, let's say the trade really started to work for you. Where are you going to start taking profit? All right, now, all sorts of different ideas, risk reward, different areas on the chart. But what I'm really trying to say though is that if you get out of a trade completely, you'll see what the max P&L you could have made on the trade. Let's just say, see right now, the max P&L, what is it telling me of 0? That means that when I got into this trade at 141, it didn't even get to 142, okay? But let's just say for argument's sake, the max P&L was $500. At one point when I was in this trade, I was up $500, and then I'm down 30. Obviously that's not the way to trade, right? That makes sense? But even then, even if you're up 500 and then you're only up 100, that's probably not the way to trade either. So this is a good gauge to tell you how well are your exits. The next one is the distance from the exit price. Because now this is going to tell you, all right, I got out at a certain price. Where is it? What's the distance now? So let's just say you got out of something. You would want that, and you were long, you would want that number to be a nice big negative. That means it's way underneath where you got out, which is what you want to see. So this can kind of give you an idea a bit of a gauge. How good are your exits? AGLE, now this is showing up, and now the next high looking left is 409. So that's why I wouldn't take this trade. You know, number one, it's got to get through 4 and then 409. If it can make it through 409 though, look left on that daily chart, and that's up around 470. So all I'm going to do is just stick an alert at that 408, 409 level. See if it takes it out. Doesn't mean if I get the alert, I just pile into the trade, okay? No, I'm not going to take something that is, extended, what I would consider extended, but I want to be alerted if it does hit that and see how it's trading. And then, I might take the trade, because when I look left, it certainly has room on a percentage basis before it gets to that 470. Okay, Bill, I can show you. You can hear me and you can see what I'm going to do. Just need a yes and a yes before I start. Okay. All right, so the question was, how did I put this Brokerage Plus window into my docked window, okay? Right now, it's not, well, it's easy if you know the steps, but it's not like the other ones where you just float it in, and so there's no right click and all that. So this is what you have to do. First of all, close down your Brokerage Plus window, so don't have it up. Okay, so close it down first. Then go to Tools from our toolbar, click on Tools, and then Options. And then in Layouts, click on Layouts. Again, this is really convoluted, but you asked. Then where it says Opening Windows, check Open in Dock Window. Check that. I'm not going to, but you check that. Okay, and then Save. Then click on New. And then Brokerage Plus. Click on Brokerage Plus, and then you'll see that it floats around, and then you'll see that you can put it into whatever window you want. So let me know if that worked. Because obviously you know how to create, obviously you know how to put windows into your docks, to create a dock window. You obviously know how to do that. You got it? Okay, now, next step. Listen carefully, really closely. Go back to Tools, Options, back to your layouts, and uncheck that Open and Dock window. The reason I say that is because, and then save it, because what happens is every time, if you loaded a new window, it'll want to dock somewhere, and that's typically not what I want to do anyway. Now, if it doesn't bother you, then you can keep it like that. But I do not want, somebody asked me, well, do you have this scan? And I can load it from the cloud, and I bring it up. Lifetime lows, load it. If I didn't uncheck that, it will try to dock in a window, and I don't want that all the time, if that makes sense. Okay, guys, keep an eye on this curve. I mean, it's basing nicely now underneath 12. It is a lifetime low, excluding the pre-market lows. We don't count after hours or pre-market when we're talking about lifetime lows or highs, okay? So it's just basing finally. I mean, it's finally basing just underneath here. It's not as whippy as it used to be. So now what I'd be doing, what I'd be waiting for is to see if it has a breakdown. from here. You know, the market is market's weak today. Okay, here we go. NRSN, 2 million shares at $6. So as we speak, this is an IPO. As we speak, again, nothing exciting. You know, I mean, the IPO is priced at 6, and it's opening underneath. What we want are these cheap ones with low floats or low shares that are being issued. We want them to be above that IPO price and then start to run. Okay, one moment, I'll be right back. Lucid, wow. Let's take a look at Lucid. I know it was very weak in the pre-market. Is it popped? No. Man. Okay, so I am starting to, I mean, this is all about the SPACs. If you didn't see it here, read the news. I guess it happened. Was it last week or was it this week? I can't remember. Anyway, the SPACs, all these SPACs coming under a lot of scrutiny, SEC, whatever. But, you know, SEC's Gensler seeks to level playing field between SPACs. So this one was singled out. You know, the business relationship between CCIX, which was a SPAC, and then it became Lucid. And then I'm looking here, and I just wish I could, let's see if it's here. No. Man, oh man. This is starting to tick me off. No data. They're hammering Canadians again with Interactive Brokers. There's a bug we had a couple of weeks ago. Anyway, it says Teslarati article highlights Lucid Air interface. I don't know if that is causing it. That's a headline that I can see. Okay, guys, keep an eye on the TGLS. It's back down to the AI alert, of a little bit below it now. 1919 was the AI alert for it. But you said you were in, didn't you say you were in the Dominican Republic, Bill? Or so, I thought somebody said. Because other people are saying if you're in the States and you're using IB, that your headlines, you're not getting that error message when you click on the headline. Or are you guys doing it? I mean, I don't know. Are you getting, is everybody getting it? It's a U.S. account. Well, I don't know. I don't know what to say because other people are saying it's fine. Maybe it knows that you're not situated in the United States. I know it doesn't make sense, but oh yeah, well, it usually does work, but about 2 or 3 weeks ago, the same thing was happening, and it lasted for about 3 days. And IB knew about it, but it only affected Canadian. It seemed to only affect Canadian subscribers. So anyway, I'm not going to dwell on it. Is what it is, as they say. And guys, TGLS now under 19. Man, do I want to take it again? All right, guys, I'm pondering the TGLS. So, Petra, was that a negative article or just an article? Just an information article, or was it negative? What you just posted there, or do you know? Because it's video, I can't take a look at it right now. Okay, guys. I can't get it. I was trying to get it. I was trying to short this, but it's run away from me. And now the spread is widened. The TGLS. Tried to get it at 1888 or 87, and then it started to drop. I kept moving it down, and now it's. I just don't want to chase it now. And that's a TGLS. Is that what the news is? No, that is. You're right. You know, we very rarely see any Colombian stocks. Barranquilla, or they might say Barranquilla, but okay. So Hindenburg came out. Wow. So that I was sort of seeing that before you. Somebody was posting cocaine cartel connections, but to be honest, I didn't realize it was this one. I didn't realize this was a Colombian stock. Seen it before because there's very few, and I do recall clicking on some Colombian stock, and obviously this was the one. Right there, 1972. This is what Real is talking about, I guess. There's a 2-minute ADMA crossing down below the 20 SMA at 1972. Technoglass investigated by Block and Leviton for potential, and that's where that's the end for me. Okay. Yeah, Doc. Yeah, seriously, we're not making this up. Oh, A AMD. Oh, I see. I thought you were talking about the TGLS, the cartel news. All right, guys. Well, everything has slowed down for me now. I'm not getting any new alerts. Now, there's a word about my stops here. So if I see something trading and I don't like the way it's trading, my stops are the absolute worst I want to do in a stock, okay? But I always reserve the right. You know, if I don't like the way something is trading, I can always get out before my absolute worst. So that's what I'm going to do here. I'm going to flatten the trade. Again, this is in the simulator. But you can see why I didn't like the trade at all. I mean, I was just demonstrating the use of the simulator. So this number is wrong. You know, Chris, this is, I wish, you know, I gotta fix that. That number is wrong. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get rid of that that column. All right, guys, TGLS on the way down. So what I wanted to show you here, though, so there's my there. See the max I could have made. Again, this is, you know, not normal. Usually you'll see at least you know, a couple of dollars, because what this is telling me though is at the entry of 141, it didn't even at one point get to 142 to show what I could have made if I'd got out. Actually, how is EVGO doing? Because this one, you know, I'm not recommending swinging or anything like that, but this one, very aggressively, JP Morgan came out and said, you know what? We think this is the leader in the fast charging sector. So I'd be watching this, you know, see if this, I mean, this got up to what, 14 in the pre-market, trying to bounce off this area, a little bit of a base. Just, you know, I'd probably wait, see if it took out the whole number, 13, and then it might have a shot to, you know, fill in this area. I'm just watching this TGLS, guys. It bounced a little bit. It's still kind of, I want to see the like the utter collapse. Guys, I'm just watching this TGLS. I may take a reshort of it if it gets back down to that 1860 level. Yeah, man, it's just too whippy right now. I just don't want to get nailed on this one. So yeah. Well, with the Doc U, believe it or not, if it can take out that high again, it might get me interested. Not this high, of course, but this high. That's what got me into the trade at the beginning of the day, which is 155.40. Let's stick an alert right there, 155.49, and see if it takes it out again. And a little bit of a market push, guys. Yeah, a little bit of a market push now. Dow is just down a little, SPY's down, NAS is down, but a little bit of a market push here. What do I think of RDX? This is from our YouTube room. ARDX, what do I think of it? I think, okay, 93 million, it's a pretty big float for a dollar stock. I look left, I see 175, and I see 192. So, I mean, long term. I mean, for an intraday trade, I don't like it because I just think there's too much resistance nearby. But on the monthly, well, obviously, I mean, if I can ever take out that 192, I can't remember what caused that drop. But, to me, if it took out $2, it could have a run. But for me, intraday, it's just not interesting. A lot of volume, double, twice as much as normal. Was that one day? What happened? Was that one day? Yeah, that was one day. So I don't know what happened here. I sort of remember this one, but it really hasn't, I mean, look what it's been doing this happened on, what date is that? That's July of last year. So it has done nothing for a long time. FDA rejection, okay. Is Ribbon moving? And Lucid is not, okay. Sort of, okay, I see what you're looking at. I thought I was going to see like about a $5 or $10 move or something. All right, guys. I'm not getting any new alerts. Haven't had my last alert was at around. See, one at 11:06 or 11:33 now, so about 30 minutes ago. I had this one here, the TGLS, but it is just a little too whippy for my taste right now. I mean, you know what's going to happen. I mean, this company is going to come out and say, you know, the cocaine cartel tie-in is not true. That's what they're going to say. You know that. The question is, when do they say it? The cartel is buying. What a miserable trader pair was if you're trying to go long. Look at this. I mean, it got up to almost 15. Not shortable for me. At Interactive Brokers, that'd be probably a nice underneath that whole number of 10. Look left down here at 781. This is a miserable IPO, $6 IPO. This is the one I'm kind of waiting for. But let me just check that NRSN, see who was behind it. This is the one I'm kind of waiting for. The INTS 2.1 between 6 and 8. It may not open though. I mean, it says the week of. So here is the NRS. Well, actually, the Maxim Group has in the past. All right. Well, you know what? Let's. I'm going to stick an alert at 6. I doubt if it'll happen today, but I'll stick an alert at 6 because this Maxim Group in the past has put some spirited moves in some of these really cheap IPOs. So, but just nothing happening. I'm still waiting on this one, the INTS. Again, I sort of recognize these guys. Again, Alliance Global Partners. It'd be better if they were China IPOs too. Then we see the fireworks probably. MP, you guys have been talking about MP. I know it's out of the price range I like, but let's take a look. All right, guys, it's 11:38, so I'm just going to do a quick check to make sure it is Jamie in the YouTube room when I do take my break. You meant 32.35. You got to remove that one in front of it. All of them. Unless something happened in the last 2 minutes that I'm not aware of. Boy, things have really slowed down for me, guys. Okay, there's that. The TGLS is underneath 19 again. I should just not pay any more attention to it. It's whoa, Rita. I think Rita just took a new low here, guys. RETA. Showed up in the 10-day daily breakdown now also. But the reason it's just showing up now because I had to take out that low of that first 15-minute candle. So it just finally did it. Okay, guys, Rita. Love to see a break of 30. Okay, just a minute, please. You're welcome, Jazz. EVGO. Yeah, great move now, guys. All right, guys. Rita, I'm wondering, can this take out 30? Oh, I see that ugly spike for Rita for you. That 37? Yikes. You're talking about an ugly spike that got you out, William, right up here, I guess, right? Gene, I see this one here. You just mentioned Gene 266. Yeah, it had a pop, but nothing spectacular. All right, just confirmation. It is Jamie in our YouTube room at noon. So I will put, what time is it now? 11:44. I'm going to put the YouTube link in. And if you want to head over there when I take my break at noon, you can do so. What do I think of VRPX? Ugly. Yeah. Had to spike up yesterday, got right up into that 200-day moving average and then just traded off. But no enthusiasm whatsoever for it today. Low float. No prediction that it's going lower, but HCP. Oh, that's right. HashiCorp. Right. I think I. How many shares are going to be issued? $15.3, yeah, 80. It's just, I mean, listen, it could be a great IPO. I'm just not interested in these ones that are this expensive. But hey, who's behind it? No, yeah, it's some big guys. Yeah, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, J.P. Morgan, Bank of America, Citigroup. Yeah, so and look at the co-manager is huge. So it's a big IPO. I got to admit, a big IPO. I just wish it were more like in the $20 range. Yes, okay. Oh, well, listen, there's some that have worked out great, but I like the ones that are priced at around 4, 5, 10, that go to 40 or 50 or 60 in 2 days. Those are the ones I like. All right, so if you're in this EVGO, the next high looking left is 1409. It did get up to right, basically that level in the pre-market. So that is kind of your, maybe, I don't want to call it a target, but an area where it could stall. Too many shares, Tom, for me. 289 million shares at $9. It's kind of weird. 289 million. So it just may not have the type of move that I'd be looking for. I don't buy IPOs usually the day of, number one, okay? I will make exceptions if it's a low price one, but and it's got some activity, but that is that's a huge number of shares to be issued. So those are my thoughts. Doesn't mean it's not going to do incredible things today if it opens today, but yeah, actually, Zach posted the information about Ren. Now I can't remember exactly what it was, but Zach posted the information about Ren and why it took the dive. So if he's listening, maybe he can repost it if he wants, but. Oh, I have no idea, Solomon. I have no idea. I don't analyze it like that at all. Okay. I mean, we do see a lot of the runners in the morning, and then they just kind of rest, and then in the afternoon they resume. I mean, that can happen, of course. We see that a lot. But whether I make a strategy based around that, not necessarily. I'm just looking to see, it's a good question about the top tick. I mean, sometimes we see stocks that are up 80, 90%, and then they just rest for a while. And then believe it or not, later on in the day, they can have another surge, and by the end of the day, they're up 200%. But, I think there's no question, though. What I would be doing is just putting price alerts. So, for instance, let's just say, oh, curve, are you going to do this to me? So, for instance, let's take a look at the IPW. Okay, so this is for you, Solomon, and anybody else. If this were here, if all this were up here, okay, instead of way down here. So, because for me, it's pulled back a lot, okay, but imagine it was still kind of near the highs, never mind the pre-market highs, but excuse me, kind of near the market highs, resting for several hours, and yes, then pops on volume for sure. For sure. Look at curve now, guys. I'm not in it. So what do you mean by that? I'm answering someone in our YouTube room. What do you mean by that? What is top ticker? What do you mean by that exactly? All right, guys. Rita, boy, if it takes a 30. Okay, Zach, your favorite one, ENSC. ENSC is having a pop. A little pop, a little bit of volume coming in. Got as high as what, 640 in the pre-market. Rita, are you going to take out 30? All right, guys, I'm just going to get my announcement in. I'll stick around until Jamie tells me he's in the room. That should be very soon. In or is it in or double I double N? I know there is one in. So you probably meant double I double N, right? Yeah, look at curve. I mean, it is okay for a bit, and now it's got to pop up. I'm not in this one. I don't have the faith. Well, my little swing in P-Lab, I mean, it's not nothing fantastic yet. Now let's just see if it continues. Again, this is an earnings play from yesterday, had the big day. Alerted in the AI, mentioned it would take this swing if it closed well, which of course it did. All right, guys, SWBI. I have an alert set up here for SWBI. Looks like at the high right here, which is 1867. May not take it out today, but oh, there you go, Zach. There's your TGLS. I'm not in it. You're streaming now. Thank you, Jamie. Okay, I'll stop my stream. Have a nice hour. Thank you, Jamie. Okay, I'll stop my stream. Have a nice hour. Hour.
Okay, I think I've got the screen now. Hello everyone, welcome to my desktop. This is the hour for the live support sesh, giving Barry his well-deserved break there. If someone could just let me know via the chat panel if you can see and hear me okay, that would be fantastic. Thank you, Circle. You know, Circle, I feel like I've seen you before. How you doing, man? Well, hello, Chris. Thank you for that feedback as well. All right, so interesting action or lack of action in the SPY today, taking its little breather because we can see right here 1, 2, 3 days up, teasing the top of that range, and it's only, well, it's reasonable to expect a little breather as we are experiencing really low volume on the smaller time frames here. Tell you what, I forgot to get my pin here. Let me pull it up. Yeah, it's great that you can utilize this at work. But yeah, here we go with the 3 days up, taking a little breather right here. And if we look at the lower volume, or excuse me, the lower time frames, 1, the 5, the 10, 100 being normal for all of these time frames, well below normal as the market takes a little breather, and not even 1 as far as relative volume goes. Q a little bit more active, but as far as the SPY goes, taking a little rest here. All right, so perhaps all of you have already downloaded the latest beta version, but if you have, you know that we've added the stock races, the real-time stock races. Anybody out there been using them very much? And I tell you what, since we just cracked the top of the hour here, I'm going to fire off a couple of races here. I'm going to let them run, and then we'll take a peek at the results. I don't really expect to see a whole lot based on the nature of today, but we'll give it a pop here anyway. In case anybody hasn't done this yet, this is all from a top list, right? Races are designed to be a function of a top list. So let's right click. We'll do the real-time stock race for both of these. These are the same windows, just kind of chopped up into different time frames. And we'll see if we find anything interesting. At present time, the max lanes we can have are 20. We're going to set these for change from the open, both of them. We'll do it for 15 minutes. And I'll just be letting these run on the side. And when they're done, we'll take a peek at the results. Good question, Circle. The question is, will the stock races be available on the web version? And I would think so. You know, the web version is always a little bit behind, and the architecture is a little bit different. But hopefully, stock races will become available on the web version at some point in time. Yeah, and like I said, it's just a little bit different of architecture. So the client's always going to be your best bet for getting all the latest functionality, and then hopefully it will migrate to the web as well. All right, so even on a ho-hum day, we still have the bigger movers. HRL up nicely from the open, just a meager 5%. As it kind of coils up here, it looks like it wants to head a little bit higher. What I have been noticing as of late, even though we are up here dancing around, all-time highs on the SPY, I have noticed some of these bigger tech stocks getting hit. Today, yesterday, pretty much all this week. So starting to see a little bit more downside action, even though we are in a bull market. As I scroll through my all-time lows over here on the Turbo Down family, Weber was coming across yesterday. Looks like it's continuing its little bloodletting session there. And as we, this was the first breach. Well, actually, key level broken a few days ago, but tried to hold the line, and that area became what appears to be short-term resistance. And now we're going deeper into the hole, or into no man's land as we call it, because when we look to the left here for Weber, we don't see anything that could act as potential support. So where it stops at this point, nobody knows for sure. And Weber, of course, being the infamous charcoal pits. Of course, they have more technologically advanced cookers these days, but I think everybody remembers the big round Weber. And I got to say, when I lived out in California for 12 years, I bought one of those things and I left it outside the entire time, and it never rusted. It looked just as new as the day that I bought it, which is really amazing. What else we got going on the downside today? HQY in the hole, making a little gasp for life there, but looks like it might want to curl back over. Volume pretty decent, a little over 3 on the relative scale. Toll Brothers, one of the housing home builder stocks, enjoying all-time highs. What's another home builder? Let's see if I can recall. Beazer, BZH. Got a little ways to go. And of course, we want the quick answer. You can just pull up all. Well, if we go back to Toll Brothers. There we go. Just took a minute to populate there. But we can quickly see all the home builders here. Hovanian, Toll. Some are up, some are down. Which, of course, with the supply chain issues, a lot of people, two schools of thought, building materials going through the roof might hurt the home builders, but apparently hasn't really hurt them that much since some of them are hitting all-time highs. I'm assuming all that cost will just be passed on to the consumer. Surprise, surprise there. And Holly not doing too bad today. Everybody can see I've got the all trades plotter up here, and all of these values are based around risking $100 per trade. So when we look at the columns up here, all the different risk factors, moderate right here, along with aggressive, the best two modes currently, but of course conservative, not that too far off the mark either. Conservative reason for the exit is always going to be in this column here. So a lot of small winners if we're looking at risk of 100. R is 100. Don't really have anything on the blotter right now even getting us 1R, but I guess we could say that's better than a losing trade. Okay, Joss, I see your question there. You have TI Pro. How do you use the races? All right, so once again, the racing functionality is simply a function of a top list. In other words, let me get a different top list up. I don't want to mess up the races I got going on with those other windows. Now let's just try something different. Okay, so here I have my options radar top list. And if my memory serves me correctly, filter set is pretty basic, which is what you, well, in my opinion, what you want to have is a very thin filter set when we're going to run a stock race, because this is just going to weed out the really thin ones. So you can see right here, 20, 150, average daily volume. Instead of that, we're going to go with the volume today. Plug in 200K. Lets us know the stock is going to be active, and hopefully if that much volume is already traded for the day, it's not going to be real thin, widespread, so forth and so on. So when we're dealing with a stock race, we're basing it around one filter and keeping track of the change. So for example, options volume today. And by the way, I've never run a race yet on options volume today. Been really kind of experimenting around with them for the past week. But really, you got a lot of different things to try out here. And we never know which one might yield the best results on any given day. But options volume today is typically going to go hand in hand with high volume. If the options are off the hook, you know, doing 2, 3, 4 times or greater than the normal options volume combined with puts and calls, well, then the volume's probably going to be pretty high. So let's just pick something at random here, like NCR, the one that's getting beat up a little bit today. We can see options volume is almost 6 times greater. And of course, we're going to have a corresponding, and of course, we're going to have a corresponding high relative volume too. So having said that, let's say for a moment, all right, I want to run a stock race based on this top list, and we're going to use options volume today and see which one of these stocks, which one of these stocks is increasing at a greater rate, because we can see all the values here, but just looking at this column, it's hard to derive any value, right? So all we do to start the race from a top list is right click. And by the way, Joss, you have to be on the latest beta version, okay? So as long as you're on the latest beta version, you should have the option to initiate the real-time stock race down here at the bottom of the right-click top list menu. So there we go. I'm pretty sure this is still the case, but let me try it. Okay. All right. You used to have to resize the box to get it to go to 20. Obviously, that bug has been fixed, so we can just plug in the maximum, which, well, we're going to start with 20 here. And unless they raised it, I'm going to try 25. It might work, it might not. We're going to use 15 minutes here as the race time. And we're going to use options volume today. And I'm just going to go ahead and put it in both of those fields right there. So, well, look, it rejected me, so I'm going to go back to 20 here. So we're going to be conducting the race from this top list, and let's get it started. We'll take a look at this one when it's done as well. So Joss, I hope that gave you the good info. Now you know how to start a stock race, just as long as you are on the latest beta version. We'll just push this guy over here. We got about 5 minutes in those other 2 races that I started, so we'll take a look at those when they're done. And now, Bill, I'm reading your question here. Range contraction. Stocks tightening on the daily charts. I don't think range contraction, it doesn't ring a bell off the top of my head, Bill, as far as any of the channels that might be making use of that specific filter. And you said on the daily, I think. Let me see here. Range contraction. And of course, the metric is in days on range contraction. So let's just play around with some settings here. Let's say a minimum of 3, at least 3 days of range contraction. Well, maybe a little bit more. How about stock has 5 days of range contraction, and well, we could put a max on here. Let's just do a max of 10 for now and see what that might yield. Of course, this is an alert. You know what? Let's do this first. Let me just pull this back over here. We're going to add that as a column and just take a peek at some of the things that might meet the criteria here. Of course, this might not be the best top list to look at range contraction. You'd probably want the sleepier stocks. Okay, well, let's take a peek here. Showing me a 5 number. 1, well, and it's probably not including today, obviously. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So not the prettiest contraction, because I'm assuming you want more of a consolidation look. All right, STL, a little bit more of what you might be looking for there. But I tell you what if we come in here and we'll mandate a minimum here. Say we want at least 6 days of range contraction, and we only get that many. Let's make sure I'm displaying enough records, which I think I am. Yeah. So keeping in mind that I have very little filtering in place here. I mean, that's pretty loosey-goosey. And when I'm mandating a 6, stock has at least 6 days of range contraction. So the range each and every day is getting smaller, which would kind of lead to the fact, or in my mind, we would see a consolidation period or a consolidation type pattern. But just because the range is contracting on a daily basis, if it gaps up, gaps down, but the range is smaller than the prior day, it's still going to, the criteria is going to be met, right? So as far as tightening up on the daily charts, I'd just probably go to let's see, the change filters. Bill, it'd probably be more happy hunting to just dial in real tight ranges on the change in 20 days or the position ranges, right? because our alerts are pretty limited. You know, these are going to be more intraday type consolidations. But if you've got an example of one, Bill, I'd be happy to throw it up onto the charts and we could take a look at stocks like this. Yeah, contraction makes a little sense because as the range gets smaller and smaller, we would expect to see a tighter range, right? But just based on the ones we were seeing just now, and I tell you what, let me just get a blank top list here. But as I said earlier, if you've got an example of one, then we can try to reverse engineer it. So let's just do this with no filtering whatsoever, which I'm kind of scared to see what pops up here. And that must be pointed to a list. Hold on. There we go. All right, with no filtering. See what I'm getting here? Which is a little odd. Okay, at least we got some bigger numbers here. All right, PDBC kicked out 7 million shares already. Of course, huge gap down. And, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, if we don't include today, 1, 2, 3, 4. And it's kind of weird that I'm seeing a value of 6 here, right? And I got to tell you, I haven't used or looked at this filter in a very long time. So if we looked at the ranges, which might be a better idea to, you know, more visual here. Of course, this stock is just way too illiquid to even get a good handle on. So even though the ranges of these candles are shrinking, right, we're not getting that little consolidation pattern that you're looking for. Now, some of them will look like that, but as you know, we can clearly see here, they're not all going to look like we want them to. So OSUR, probably the closest thing I've seen thus far. Hello, Iris. Don't really have anything new as far as scans go. You know, I pretty much use the same windows each and every day. The only thing new that I've been adding to the normal routine as of late is, you know, seeing what I can find out with the stock races. So speaking of those, we got these two guys finished. Let's see if anything jumps out at us. Okay, so BBW looks like it won the up from the open race. All right, kind of interesting here. Now, of course, this is the pre-market. We can see what this little stock did when it broke the pre-market range. Right, my pointer, that is the, here's the first candle into the open. Broke above that range a little bit, put in a nice bottoming wick, which is always a good sign if you're thinking about going long. But look what happened as soon as we broke the level here. We got a little upside. We pulled right back to it. Okay, so (1.5% from the open since I ran the race. Still down on the day. And that's the interesting part, is it's still down on the day, but it made this nice little run recently. It's kind of hanging out right here. Might set up again. And we can see, not raging, but, you know, on a day like today, to have something doing over 2 on relative scale would be considered high volume. But of course, we'd have to look over here to the left, kind of a choppy little mess over here as far as trying to figure out where this thing might meet a little resistance. At present time, looks like, you know, high of Wednesday, Tuesday, beginning of the week might be an interesting level if it can maintain, might get up into these candles here. But once again, didn't really expect to see anything too juicy, and that's what we're seeing here. SFIX, same type of action. Definitely buyers in it. Decent pre-market activity. Took a little run up, kind of consolidating just like what we saw on BBW, but interesting little gap here that we might be getting into. So if we go back up here, say we get some volume later in the day, might be a good little thing to keep an eye on here. And these are on the $10 to $30 stocks. What about the smaller cap stocks? Yeah, BHG kind of spent all of its fuel already. Of course, if it does get any little oomph to it, looks like the high of that candle day before yesterday, 460-ish. Not really anything to write home about. And kind of similar action from the JEPW as well. So just as I expected, got some nice movers, but a lot of the action is already done for the day. UI contracted and broke to the downside. Okay. Now you talking about this little area right here, Bill? This little channel here? Okay, Stuart, I see your comment about your docked channel bars. Spreads across both monitors. Let's see. Layouts. Have you checked this box right here? Open relative to main window. If not, try checking this box, Stuart, then saving your layout and then reopening it and see if that helps you. Okay, Mike. Yeah, Zurich, Switzerland. Which Switzerland is on my bucket list. Of course, if things keep going the way they are, they might not allow anybody to go to Switzerland anymore. We'll see. EQC is an okay example from Bill. Let's see. Okay, I see what you're talking about there. No need to apologize, Bill. That's the nature of the market. Saul, your question about RSI, relative strength. Relative strength is what RSI stands for. And we can add relative strength to our charts. I don't have it up here right here, but if I wanted to add it on the daily, I would just simply go to indicators. Well, oh, there we go. I'm like looking right at it. Okay, let's see what color I should throw that into. Something that I don't currently have. How about this? And I'm going to show it in the status line. Well, add. There we go. Okay. All right. So relative strength is represented down here. So this one's kind of, the closer we get to the top, right? That is a good indicator that relative strength is, I mean, not a good indicator. I mean, RSI's above 50, approaching up here. Well, then relative strength is good. When stocks start to wane in relative strength, you can notice the correlations here, right? If we look at this little down move right to here, notice what relative strength was doing during that time as well. Okay, Stuart, did that help you out there? I see your yes and okay, but hopefully maybe that did the trick for you. Okay, Fold'em. Yeah, that's looking like a nice little consolidation there. And I mentioned stocks like this earlier. Only problem is stocks like this doesn't have that big of a look back period. Okay, so you're still getting the same issue, Stuart. And you're saving your layout after you've shrunk the windows up, positioning them, but they're still opening up big when you open that saved layout. Okay, and are you saving to the cloud or are you using the old school save layout? Notice when I come here, File, Save Layout. Just in case you don't know, this older save and load technology is going to save to our hard drive, and then also whatever you have listed as your default layout is going to open up first. So that would be my next question is, are you saving your default layout as you see here? Because if you save it to the cloud and then reopen the software and it's loading your default layout from your hard drive, it would just be the same other one. Okay, Stuart, so that might be your problem. Okay, so get everything, well, it might and it might not be. So, because I'm assuming you're reloading that saved layout from the cloud and it's still not opening properly. But let's just try this. Never hurts to try. Don't have high expectations, but you never know. So get the layout the way you want it again. Then come over here and just go File, Save Layout. Make sure it says Default Layout, then save it. And then shut down the software, reopen it, or you can just go flip to another channel, then come back and load your default layout. See if that does it. Hey Chris, see your question there. Would you be able to go over the Market Explorer, TI Strength, and how to utilize the scan? Sure. Okay, so for the Market Explorer, which is it's a custom part of the technology that's not available to users to configure things, but we're adding what we feel will be useful scans for everyone to access. So when we first pull up the Market Explorer, it just kind of looks like this. All we do is right click, and these are the scans that are typically going to be available in here. All right. So as far as TI Strength, not to be confused with Strength Alerts over here. All right. Or I don't know if they're just archiving all the Strength Alerts, but stand by 1 sec. Don't have to flip layouts. So in the TI Strength channel, the top list here is always going to have the latest weekly TI Strength plays, right? Which are going to be the stocks that are strongest based on our amalgamation of technical and fundamental analysis. So once again, just keep in mind, doesn't matter what window it is, these are just decent ideas. And the TI Strength that go out every Monday, we're archiving the results based on if you open the position on Monday and close it out Friday, how would these things do. But you can see these are this week's TI Strength plays. Abbott, of course, well, never mind. I looked at Abbott and I thought I was looking at Pfizer, but no, that's not Pfizer, that's Abbott. So, keeping in mind, it's subjective, right? But these are some of the more fundamentally and technically strong stocks. So, if we zoom back to, let's see, Monday was the 6th. Expand this out a little bit here. Okay, so strength alerts come out first thing Monday morning, all right? We can see Abbott right here looking pretty strong, from its daily chart. Looking like it was bucking to get out of this range here. And then, you can see, had you have bought the stock on Monday, and if you're still in it for a swing trade, I mean, even if you got it for a scalp that day, it would have been a pretty good little winner. And then looks like it's moving sideways here, taking a little break, building up steam for a potential move higher. And of course, we know that anything related to drug manufacturing, yada yada yada, has definitely been hot. So it's about picking the entries. Obviously when next Monday rolls around, if the market's, selling off around the open, wouldn't make a whole lot of sense to just jump into all these things, willy-nilly. You still have to finesse that entry a little bit. Market conditions have to be conducive, but, not, or not red on that day. And if they are red, you wait for a little bit of time and see if it firms up. But a lot of leeway in when you would actually make the entries. But the broad strokes are looking for entries on a Monday, maybe even a Tuesday, and looking for these things to be, strong as far as technical and a little bit of fundamental in there as well. And we can see Abbott here, Abbott here. Of course, these that's keeping the list, right? So we can see that's the one from the 6th. Now, what was your other? Let's see here. Oh yeah, and once again, this is part of Market Explorer, the ones kept for an archive. But then, of course, we can just duplicate and spawn as many of these as we would like, right? These hopefully might be working again. Yep. 3-line strikes. Of course, I'm not seeing any. Just looking at the date here. Looks like the last one was on the 2nd. Okay. Which I don't know why we don't have any. Maybe it's just that tight of a setup. But if we look at PAG on the 2nd, which is right here, not a bad long side play. Okay. 12-2, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 days later, it's up nicely. 3 consecutive down days. Of course, I wish we had more of these to look at, but oh well. Let's see if we got any on the short side. Oops, wrong one. Short. Okay, WEC hitting this board today. Okay, just going, well, 3 green days. Got that doji going on. So if WEC closes on a doji, and of course, you know, we got tweezers on the top and tweezers on the bottom, wicks on the top, wicks on the bottom. So if we do close with a doji today, could get interesting tomorrow. Would it be up or down? Nobody knows. Yeah, Stuart, I understand. You might want to hit live chat, and they might have some tips in there for you. If the open relative to main window didn't get it done, then you know, pop into chat, see if anybody has any options for you there. The live chat from the website. Usually it's the open relative to main window that gets it done. Sorry, I can't be of more help on that one right now. Okay, Saul, when day trading, what is the recommended stop loss percentage? And how do stop losses work on a halt? I'm assuming you mean if something has been halted, yeah? Before I migrate to that, you know, what I would say with the Market Explorer windows, pull them all up, see which ones, you know, appeal to your trading style, and, you know, incorporate those into your layout. Okay, so back to your question, Saul. What is a good stop loss? And that's you know, that's going to be different for each and every trader out there based around your account size. For example, let's say you do have enough money for a day trading account, which, you know, you have to have more than 25K in there if you want to make as many trades as you like. Well, the person that has, of course, you got to have a little more. Let's say the person has 30K in their trading account. All right. Well, a lot of people like to do risk per account size. You know, maybe it's 1%. You're never going to risk more than 1% of your account on any given trade, which on a 30 grand account would be what, $300, right? That's a little rich in today's market. So maybe you go 0.5%, right? But whatever you arrive at as what should be your threshold for that stop loss is what you should stick to. It should all be part of your trading plan, right? When you're a new trader, spend some time on demo mode, try to find your feet, soak up as much quality material from educators out there as you can. But when you go live, you know, you have to have a plan. You have to know, okay, this is the pattern that I'm looking for. When I put that trade on, if all my criteria are met, this is the maximum amount I'm willing to risk. So whether that's 0.5% of your total account, 1%, maybe even smaller, maybe even bigger, just based on your risk tolerance. But whatever the amount or percentage, you know, we'll use the Holly blotter here as an example. I've got mine set up. If we go to options here and I go to AI trade size, these are all the ways that we can show risk in the window. But I'm just saying, okay, I don't want to lose more than $100. Okay, so let's use that as the metric moving forward. No stop outs, not really any big winners either. So, you know, if our stop loss is 100, then when we put on a trade, we want to make more than risk. At the very least, we at least want to get a 1-for-1. So if we're using 1-to-1 R, risk to return, if we're risking 100, we'd at least want to make 100 on a winning trade, preferably more. You know, 1.5 R, 2 R, 3 R. The more R, the better, right? But you don't want it to be below your risk. You know, if you're risking 100 and taking $50 and taking $50 profits over time, that's going to end up getting you. Okay. So first and foremost, you want to have that plan. Okay, I made the trade. I got my stop loss active. It either works or it doesn't. But I know that if I lose, I'm only going to lose $100. Now, on the part on a halt, right? So for example, here we are looking at stocks that have been halted and resumed today. And, a stop loss just might not help you in a halt situation. Okay, so perfect example in RENN today. Okay, let me expand this out a little bit. But as you can see, man, did they? I don't think they've reopened this one, right? But anyway, whether they've reopened or not, I don't see a reopen here on REN since the 942 halt. But in any case, let's say, you were looking at this prior range, you saw REN early in the day, and you're like, hey, I'll buy it up here at 26 and change, and I'll use the low of this prior 2 days as my stop loss. Okay, you're following your plan. Well, it looks like it would have traded through there. Okay, so market was still open. But let's say you got caught in the halt, and they gapped it down, what, 22.67. I don't know exactly where they opened this candle here. It looks like 18 bucks. But let's say you were in it in this candle at 23 and change. They halted it, then they opened it back up at 18. Stop loss isn't going to do you any good there. If you still had that stop loss active, as soon as it reopened, it would have plugged you out, but you would have lost a lot more than you wanted to. And that is just the nature of a gap. Okay. Sometimes we get caught in a halted stock and it works out for us. Other times we get halted and it works out not so good for us. So that's just the nature of the halt. Sometimes it rewards, sometimes it punishes. Very similar to an overnight gap. Okay. If you're long a stock at 10 with a 1-point stop or a 50-cent stop loss, but they open it at 8 the next day, doesn't really matter now, does it? So there's just simply nothing you can do in a halt or a gap to enforce that stop loss, unfortunately. Which kind of leads me to an offshoot topic here. You guys have been hearing a lot of chatter about U.S. equity markets going to 24/7 markets. A lot of people like this idea. A lot of people are vehemently against it for various reasons. One positive aspect of 24/7 markets is the gaps go away from close to next open. So, a lot of debate, a lot of public comment, a lot of SEC talking heads, I'm sure, are going to be debating this topic. But I think the old school NYSE, NASDAQ, they're seeing all the money that's being generated in the crypto space because the markets never close, and they're like, we're suffering from a little FOMO here. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in the space as far as 24/7 markets. Good deal, Joss. You had to upgrade, got the races going. Okay. Oh, you're still long 5, Bill? Well, yeah, in that case, not that hairy since you're in small shares. Good question. Perfect. When would you sleep if the markets were open 24/7? And I think that's really one of the touchy subjects is, hey, markets close, at least we have the weekend to rest, recuperate, get away from the screens, so forth and so on. But the beautiful part about crypto right now and the 24/7 markets is you pick your spots, you put in your orders, they either get hit or they don't, right? So even though the market is functioning 24/7, that doesn't mean you have to be sitting there 24/7. It's just like anything else. You have to have a plan. Just because the market's open 24/7 doesn't necessarily mean the patterns that you're hunting are going to change. You put in your price action, hey, I'm long, I want to get out here, or, not even in a position on this stock or that stock. But if it gets to that level, it's going to make automation a lot more useful than it is now, I think. I think automation would become a lot more crucial in a 24/7 market because that way, it's just you'll be able to spend as much chair time as you'd like, but I don't necessarily think it would make you generate a lot more orders, right? It would just kind of change the protocol in which we all behaved, because we still have to have breaks and so we still have to get away from the screen. So evolution, it's a thing. Off topic question, what is my favorite altcoin? Whichever one I make money in. I don't really have any long-term holdings other than a little bit of Bitcoin that I'm holding for the long term. Everything else is just a trading vehicle to me. Now, of course, Ether is like second most favorite, or second most popular. But hey, anything that moves is fair game in the crypto world for me. It's funny, all the doggy coin saga, because back in the olden times, I remember when doggy coin first came online, and it was a joke, as the guy used his dog as the mascot, just as a joke, a hobby. But look what happened, A few comments from Elon Musk, and now, doggy is talked about almost as much as, the king, daddy Bitcoin. Of course, someone's not old school when you hear the term Dogecoin. It always gives me a chuckle. It's not Doge, it's doggy. You see the dog on there? Yeah. XRP, yeah. Well, I was about to type it up. Ripple, been around a long time. Is a centralized token. Okay, meaning all the servers are controlled by very few. It's not a decentralized asset like Bitcoin. All right, let's take a look at MP for you there, Bill. Yeah, and since Bollinger Band is kind of your main metric there, what were you looking for again, Bill? What range of the Bollinger Band, or what part of the Bollinger Band again? I could scroll up here, but it'd probably take me forever. Let's see. Yeah, you just said you used Bollinger Bands as a visual example, and then they recommended range contraction. Right, contracting. Yeah, gap. Let's see here. Go back to MP. Once again, range contraction. That's kind of up for interpretation. I mean, this range here, or when we're talking about range contraction, we should see the ranges in the daily candles getting smaller. It just doesn't jump out to me, though, here, well, let's see here. I forgot to look at the relative, or the options radar race was completed. And nothing spectacular there. Doing huge volume today. 42. Options volume today almost 8 times normal. But Rita obviously getting some bad news or earnings. Let's see there. I don't even have a blank on earnings, but something negative on RETA. A lot of volume, but just a lot of back and forth. And Sienna, one of the old school tech stocks, being talked about a lot here lately. A lot of chatter on it yesterday. Interesting. A lot of chatter about Sienna looking strong yesterday. And boy, if you went home long on a swing trade thinking, well, we might perk up here, and then you get earnings come along and a nice little gap up there. But of course, you know, buying or shorting anything the day before earnings, kind of going back to Saul's comments, right? Sienna. If you went home long Sienna yesterday into earnings, you're a happy camper. Today, if you shorted it, you are not a happy camper. And of course, this thing didn't really get going until the pre-market. But man, what a nice clean pre-market range break we had there before the biggest part of the move, and then the resulting gap up. Yeah, Bill, I can drop that in the chat for you if you'd like it. I'll just drop the old cloud link in there for you. Anybody that wants the options radar, there it is right there. At first I thought it said airport syndrome. I'm like, is that anything? All port syndrome, yeah. So some drug not getting the results that were hoped for, which is so common in the biotech field. You know, everything changes because before the COVID thing hit, you know, a lot of people avoided pharmaceutical stocks just for this specific reason. And they can halt during the middle of the day as well. But especially from a swing standpoint, a lot of people, including myself, would stay away from pharmaceuticals because of things like this. But now, it just seems like every big mover as of late, not everything, but a big handful of the stocks that are making big moves up as well as big moves down are pharmaceutical. It's been, you know, that's just the way it is here lately and will be for the unforeseeable future. Well, let's just take a peek here. Well, you know, from what's going on, you know, when you pull it up, it looks kind of right where you think it should be. Probably a little higher away from all-time highs, which you would think in this, you know, pandemic environment that we're in, we wouldn't be down here testing this area here, but looks like it's poised, you know, to go back up, because looking back, you know, we're into this area of back here that is apparently for now acting as support. So from my very layman's, you know, technical ability, just looks like we're trying to find support back from here. Found it thus far. We'll have to see what happens. But I mean, as long as the current environment persists and things don't start going backwards, which would be good for everybody living on the thing we call Earth, I would expect to see a retracement up, you know, if you had to put a gun to my head. Hey, my pleasure, Bill. Yeah, that's one that I need to start watching more. You know, I've got so many scans in my cloud. I've only got so much monitor real estate space. But anytime the options volume is high, typically where there's smoke, there's fire. The volume is going to be high. And if you pick the right direction, you can have more explosive moves. Hey, Felix, will you see the cloud link that I just copied and dropped in the chat field? All you're going to want to do is copy it like so. Copy that link like that. And then you'd come over here to File, Load from cloud. Now, usually it automatically pastes in there, but if it doesn't, you can just hit Control V or, well, let me see if it got the whole, actually it cut the link off. Hold on a second. Or what you could do is, because when I tell it to copy, yeah, okay. So, instead of that, if you right click, if you just click on the link, what's going to happen is it's going to take you here, and this is the link up here. So just click on the link, let the web browser open up for you, and then just copy this URL up here. Then when you come down here and say File, Load from Cloud, you're going to notice it automatically pastes the link in there. Once you hit Load, boom, you get that window to pop up. Now once you get the window to pop up, you want to find a good place for it if you want it to become part of your default layout. Park it in a nice place. Then if you use the old school, you can save your default layout or save your current cloud layout as well. But that's how you get it up there. Easiest way is just to click on that link a few clicks above on the chat panel, and you should be able to grab it. Wow, I just took a look at the time and it's straight up noon. Let me touch base and see if Barry's back. And Barry should be returning soon, but in the meantime, let's see, Felix. Okay, you got it? Good, good. Okay. Hey, thank you much, Mike. Always good to see you, buddy. Iris, the sweet racing cars are available. You just have to go grab the latest beta from the website. All right, Barry tells me he is streaming, so I'm going to sign off for now. Hope everybody has a great Friday and a great weekend, and we'll see you next week. Bye-bye.
Okay, let's take a look at HRTX with that cross forming that Real was talking about on the 2 minute. And that's what he's talking about. So you see the 8 EMA, that orange line crossing, trying to cross down below the 20 SMA, the blue line, which could give a short entry, a short signal. If it crosses, it'd be about 975, it looks like. Right at this price. All right, guys. Wow, look at Rita, getting another move down through another whole number. Now that was 29. So we broke down through 30. Now we're breaking down through 29. Great little alert here in the 10-day daily breakdown, 3062. So when we look at Rita, I have to check to see where there could be a support area. And I think we got to go way back here. This is 2018. I mean, you got to go back, yeah, 4 years before we're starting to see these lows. Boy, I mean, this stock was up at $259. When was this? February of last year, $250. Oh, man. So there is one, a little out of the range I like to trade, but BZ from the AI has been kind of slowly taking its way up. The alert was at 3302, 3459 right now. Meanwhile, SPWH keeps moving down here. Earnings December the 8th, post-market. Actually, I didn't realize this was an earnings play. Now, I think it got beaten up before because of some merger that was not going to happen. I think. But now, on top of that, earnings. Well, guys, it took a while, but the Rita finally did what I think a lot of us thought it would do. Minus this pop here. Okay, that's kind of screwed things up for a bit at the beginning. I was looking to see if this would, break 30 almost from the beginning, but it didn't until just a little while ago. Frank. General Motors looks good on an hourly, okay? Let's take a look at GM. I just can't trade these. I just look, maybe it looks okay on an hourly. I look at this 15-minute chart. I see topping tails, bottoming tails. Okay, guys. And wow, okay. And you just opened. Where did it open at? Okay, actually a little bit above. 8 to 9 was the projection. 290 million shares. Let's see if this moves at all. I mean, with that number of shares, so this is a Is this a Brazilian company? Just trying to look at. Maybe this is not the same. This is New Bank. I don't know. Is this the same? New Holdings. Yeah, it is the same. Okay, so CEO of Brazil's New Bank tells isn't planning to expand geographically. We're doubling down in Mexico and Colombia. So this is it kind of interesting. Well, it's had a little move. It has had a little move, even with all those shares. Look how much look how much volume already. 19 million shares. Backed by Jimmy Buffett. Wow, I didn't realize he was into that also. Haha. He gets around that guy. If you had to pick one lifestyle for you for the last 40 years, I would probably say Jimmy Buffett's probably got it made. So this is interesting. I mean, it's moving a lot more than I thought it would. A GNU? A new. You, you GNU, I would say that. It's a big IPO though, with those number of shares. I'm wondering why they did it like that instead of having less shares, maybe a higher price. But anyway. Yeah, look at the volume that came in. Yeah, I mean, this has been speculation way up here that this was going to get bought out, and then kersplat. Holding it, it did hold the 200-day moving average. Yeah, I mentioned this one a long time ago. PHR, earnings play. Just kind of been meandering down, PHR. Whew, well, guys, I've sort of lost interest here, so I need to do something to get my interest back. Well, PHR now, okay, breaking down below 44. Now, the next low looking left is 42.25 right here on that monthly chart. And that's the same on the weekly chart right here. Though there is a low here of 43.44. So what a few weeks this one has had. in advance of their earning. Man, look at this. I mean, 75 down to 44. I don't know how you guys, I don't know how you swing trade. What's my IB price for CLF? My IB price for CLF is 21.33. Same as the the chart here, 21.33. CNTX. A lot of room. China or Context Therapeutics. Okay, a lot of room. 1088 is the next high looking left. No, I'm sorry, it is not. Yeah, it is. That's the next high looking left. 1083. Well, then you're on some kind of delayed. Are you sure you got real time data? I mean, right now it's 21. It's 21.28. 21.27. I mean, I'm just showing you right here. This is what it is. Well, I mean, I guess. How about other brokers? Are you guys getting 21.27 for a price for CLF? Don't know what to say. It jives with what we have for our charts also. So, okay, there you go. Phil, something's going on. You better call them. I mean, I cannot help you. And so Bill with TradeStation had 21.27 also. So, yeah, you better call them or something because. I mean, I'm just for fun. Let's see where this was. 2107. This would have been back here at 11:15. Yeah, right here. So there's something's going on. Well, even if he's using the bid ask is it's a tight one. It's 27.28. So any craziness? I suppose. I mean, there's been a couple of ones that have been beaten up badly. Rita and a TGLS. Crazy one, maybe I would call Docu. That was pretty crazy because had the big pop that I partook in, and then the big drop. That was pretty crazy. I am surprised at this at the extent of the sell-off. We had craziness in the ISIG again. Going from 16 to 35. That was pretty crazy. I'm probably going to regret not taking this curve. I just find it just a little too choppy, the CURV. But we've had three, pretty good ones from, well, very good ones. The Rita 3062 got down almost down to 29. And there's the curve, another new low. Well, you know what? Oh, look at that. Actually, I was trying to get it at 1170 and they just wouldn't fill me because of that uptick rule. Held it there for, I don't know, 20 seconds, and now it's dropped down to 1166. It's almost, well, in fact it is. It's a lifetime low because you can't count what happened in the pre-market, but right down here is 1118. You know what? This would have been a sneaky good trade. PHR earnings play is just gonna is beaten up horribly over the last few weeks. Not quite cut in half, but a sneaky good one from the earnings as an earnings play. And Donnelly, I haven't seen this one for a while, halted because of news. No, RRD just got halted because of news. Stuart, are you still in the YouTube room? I saw you were having questions about docking and all, and somehow it's spreading over two monitors. Do I use level two? No. I time and sales. I look at that time and sales just to. But I don't really pay attention to anything over here. I'm just looking at here the bid ask. I'm really looking at how rapidly a stock trades, but I'm not looking at this. No. And as I always say, if you can use level two to your advantage, go for it. Doesn't help me at all. So, I mean, in theory, it should. But I just find too many games played. They put it in, yank. They just too many games are played for me. Wow, look at this PHR. I missed the boat on this. I really missed the boat on this PHR. I mean, it's now Excel. I mean, it was kind of sleepy, you know, very sleepy right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. An hour and a half of really not doing too much. Then a big leg down, a little rest, another leg down. So bids being put in and then yanked out, both on the bid and the ask size. So it looks like there's a giant order maybe. And then you think, okay, big giant order. I'm going to join it. And all of a sudden it gets yanked. And the same on the ask size. On the ask side. That was the cross that Real was talking about, 978, now down to 945 for HRTX. Look at that cross. You mentioned that. Well, it must have been around 112. What time is it now? About 20 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago. I'm thinking VWAP, so 926, that's the VWAP. So he thinks it might go down to the VWAP and see what happens there. So the halt is still on. Wow, for that Ren. 1042. What are we now? We're 126 now. 1042. All right, guys. Well, this is getting deadly for me. I'm trying to find ways to keep awake. I saw that you posted that in our YouTube room, Bill. 5 shares left. Well, as William said, the longer this delay of opening, probably isn't not going to be too bad. Look at this one, NRSN, terrible IPO, terrible. Oh, look at Bitcoin, BITO, another new low for the ETF. Now it is at an all-time low. Yes, it is. Just taking out the all-time low. Again, it's only been around for 2.5 months. MSP, okay, so MSP did come out of its halt. No big reaction. 24.56 is where it was halted. It's still there. Option Radar TI setup. I don't have that one. I have my own option scanner, but I don't have the Option Radar TI unless it's in the toolbar. That might be somebody else's, John. And when I say somebody else's, it might be one of the other traders. I don't have something called Option Radar. Have unusual options? Let's see if it says Option Radar anywhere. No. So that must be, if it's called Option Radar, then you're going to have to ask, you're going to have to send an email to info@trade. I'll give it to you. Because I don't have it, okay? It's not one of mine, so I just don't have it. I have this one, moving higher with unusual strong option volume, but I don't have something called Option Radar. That sounds like Jamie's. And yeah, I know he was in the room before. Okay, so if you're talking about mine, if you're talking about this one, moving higher with unusually strong options, that's in my homepage. I can give you that. Oh, okay, so if that's the one, okay. So you can go to my homepage, go to the scan section, and it's the first scan. Okay, go to this. So when you click on it, this is what you'll see. Go to the scan section, click here, and it's the top one. Now, I also have, probably should have put it there, but I didn't. Do you know how to flip a strategy? Because what I did was I just flipped this one, so these are moving higher and these are moving lower. Okay, it's just the flip of this strategy to get it looking for ones moving down. But to be honest, this is not not a lot of action in this one right now. I'm anticipating, you know, that will really pick up in January. You know, when earnings season starts again. We might get the odd one, but it's kind of quiet right now. Okay, so thank you. I will, and it's just a cloud link. Okay, this is Option Radar from Jamie. Okay. So there is the cloud link. That is the one that is actually called Option Radar, okay? It's not the same as mine. So you can have them both. Somebody in our other room posted a thank you, Bill. Yeah, I saw you were taking the AERC. Wow, look at this. It actually did move, the AVCT. Ha! It actually did move. Now, did it get into that, gets into that area that I thought might stall it? Looks like it is, but it did have a move. So this is telling me, again, I just was showing you how you can take a trade in the simulator. So this would not have been a great exit. It's 29, I know, for a $1.30 stock, $1.60 stock, 28 cents away. It's on top of where, or above where I exited in the simulator. Okay, today is Thursday, and so today being Thursday at 2 o'clock, there is a marketing meeting. I'll probably attend that. Well, I guess I'm kind of keeping an eye on Docu to see what it does at this 150. I don't believe it's going to stay here. Which way? I don't know. It looks weak. The low looking left is 140. You're right. There's the news from Atlas at 10:35. So our RD board accepts the revised proposal from Atlas at 10:35 a share. Do I subscribe? You mean to live market data at IB? You mean real time? Oh, of course. Have to. Otherwise, can't trade. Okay, Zach, you got your 19. What are you thinking? Are you thinking this is going to bounce? TGLS? You got your TGLS, sorry. You thinking this is going to bounce from 19? Bill, I'll be honest. I have no idea. That sounds about right, though. I've had this subscription now for almost 6 years, and I haven't looked at it. Whatever I did 6 years ago, I still have. I'm not even sure. I guess I could go to some account information page, which I haven't been to in, well, I don't know, 6 years, and see it. But that 1050, it sounds right. Oh, I see. And you want the VWAP. All right, there's the VWAP at 20. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's not super user friendly, and the charts look. I use one chart, but to me, it's just a commodity. It works well. I have no complaints in terms of being down. I don't think in 5 years, 6 years, whatever. I don't think I've been booted out once. Never had a frozen platform. Find it executes well. So, is it the prettiest? Nope. But I'd rather have something that worked well than was pretty looking. Yeah, so Chris, the question was, what does it cost to get maybe, I don't know if it's the minimum you need, real-time market data from IB? And he asked if it was about $10.50. Reliable. That's the word I was looking for. I find IB is just incredibly reliable. Okay, Chris is in the YouTube room. He's going to say 2 options. Okay. Ha! Except for the news. Well, that's only in the last month. I have to admit. Only in the last month that has happened. Ah, you'd be surprised, William. There are so many people. Witness high heel shoes. Form over function. There is no way DOCU stays at 150. Well, okay, this is what Real says. I mean, I don't pay a huge lot of attention to the VWAP. I mean, I know where it is. Don't get me wrong. I do know where it is. But for instance, Real would say if a stock popped through the VWAP and then came down and tested it and then popped off it again, I think that's what he would say would be strength, as an example. Now, if you're talking about just a stock being above the VWAP in general, not necessarily, because the VWAP can be looked at as perhaps a magnet for a stock to drift down back to it. So if it's far enough away, I think that's what a lot of people will look at. So depends how far above it is, I guess. But again, I'm certainly no expert in that. Darn, that curve. Bill, you asked the questions about. Oh, wait a minute, you're in off topic. Okay, so actually, Chris is answering you down below. Okay, about IB. So that sounds like the one. Yeah, the $10 a month. And $30, that fee is waived. I didn't even know this. Basically just a trade a day. Because the minimum commission is $1. So yeah, one trade a day. Well, okay, not quite because markets open 22, 23 days a month, but $30 in commission should be pretty easy to do. All right, TGLS. Now I'm thinking about it. I am thinking about it. Look at curve. Curve. Well, let's see if it gets down to that pre-market low, 11.12. I'm not in this one. All right, so let's see if it holds the VWAP. Well, it's below it. Oh, it's right at it. Yeah, 1369. So AERC. So it's right at it. Well, guys, if all you did today was look at these three on the short side, Rita, Curve, and TGLS, you'd be pretty happy. Okay, guys, there's the docu. Just took out 150. It just took it out. All right, guys. Well, let's see now. I'm talking about the docu, DOCU. Just give me a moment, okay, Jay. I'm just trying to manage this docu trade. Okay, come on. I just want another dollar or so, and then I can Feel pretty comfortable that it's not going to get back through 150. Let me just see, because I think I haven't done this for a long time. Smart risk level. So if you check short, okay, yeah. So that's yeah. So you just check short. Okay, Jay, does that make sense? So if you right click on the chart and where it says smart risk levels, the default is long, and that's why the smart stop will always be below. But if you right click and smart risk levels and check short, now the smart stop is on top. Okay? You get that? Yes, no? Can you hear me? Hmm. Oh, okay, good. Okay. Okay, TGLS, Zach's TGLS. I'm not in this one, but TGLS looks like it is TGLS. Looks like it definitely holding 19 now and running towards maybe his magic 20. Is Lucid down to 33? Oh man. Yikes. Oh, it's not down to 33 yet, but yeah. The low here, next low looking left, is 38.06. So, I mean, it's right at the low of 3 days ago. Well, look, with the market being down, I mean, though we've got, tech, or, the NAS weighted heavily in tech stocks, it's down quite a bit. Dow is up, SPY's down. So as we looked before, when we looked at the sector status, financials are up. Yeah. 24-hour trading. The 24-hour trading makes a lot of sense outside of North America. I get it. Europe, Australia, and, wherever, well, outside of North America with all the different time zones. So I do get it from that aspect. Then you don't have gaps. I mean, think about it, guys. If it's 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, then we have to replace our gap filters. There's no such thing as gaps anymore. Be a different way to trade, that's for sure. Yeah, I'll get right on it, William. But seriously, yeah, I mean, it'd be very interesting because all the pre-market work that I do is all based on the closes of the day before to see what sort of gaps we've got. There won't be any, so it'd be very interesting if that ever happens. Maybe I'll be retired by that time that happens. Well, I just wonder though, real. I mean, if you get a lot of Europeans who, they love to trade the U.S. stock market, but the time zone is a real constraint, and not just Europeans. I mean, Australians, all these different time zones. I guess the gap just wouldn't be as much. There'd be no way. I wouldn't think so anyway. And actually, you know what? I want a 24-hour day market. I do want one. Then I can set my own time. I can say, you know what? I'll just get up at 7 my time. Why not? Go 7 to 3. Okay, Stuart. Man, I wish you'd asked me that just a little bit earlier. You know what? I'll keep in here. Denver Tom, I just saw your. I was going to go to the marketing meeting, but this gives me something to do. So when you say, okay, so you're saying this. So you click on new, dock channel bar. So are you trying to say that it'll look like that? I mean, you can't see my other monitor, but as opposed to just opening it on the one monitor. And then when you open a channel, so it somehow feeds into the other another monitor. Like, again, you can't see this, but I mean, it's on another monitor now. Is that what you mean? Well, that is bizarre. I'm trying to figure out why in the world that would happen. Does that happen to anybody else? And if it did happen to anybody else, were you able to figure out why and then fix it? I know you asked that question of Jamie. I thought you were actually talking about creating a docked channel and things like that, but you're just talking about, or docked window, but you're talking about the actual channel bar itself. That's, yeah, I have. Did you contact tech support? Not me, of course, but somebody like Bill or. Yeah, that is really strange. I have no idea why that would happen. So even when you size it, and then when you open another one, it still opens, spreads out to your other monitor. All right, guys, maybe I will attend this marketing meeting. Really, the same thing happens to you. Well, okay, Stuart, I'll nominate you to contact our tech support and ask them the question and see why that might be happening. Then you can report back and you can help Shady. Okay, I have no idea. Okay, guys. So I think I will attend this meeting. All right, guys, I'm now back, and wow, congratulations, Zach, on that TGLS. That is just a ripper off 19, now through 20 even, 2050. I did not take that one. I'm in the docu. I'm waiting to see if it can just really, really take out that 148 and wind its way down even more. I'm out of the plab, guys. I just don't have it in me to swing. So I'm out of the PLAB. I was hoping it would hold 18. The minute it got down below 18 earlier, I said, I don't care. Man, that is one big rip for that TGLS. Now, how they come out and basically try to refute, saying, you know what, we're not part of any drug cartel. But that's typically when you see a bounce like that. That's typically what can happen. I keep typing in that symbol wrong. I just want to see. If they don't come out today, okay, so I see the lawyers are coming out saying, you know what? You want to sue them? Let's do a class action. Yeah, I don't care about that nonsense. Okay, here's the short seller report, okay? So in this particular release, so are they going wink wink, undisclosed related party transactions? Is that what they're trying to say is the cartel? I'm going to write to Josh Beckerman and find out. Still down 37%. I'm trying to see how close it is to. Be interesting to see how this one trades tomorrow. All right, guys, we're getting close to the end here, so just one last chat about my homepage. Save the link, lots of information there. And don't forget, at 3:30, between 3:30 and 4:30, Chris will be in our YouTube room, so you can head over there. I'll put the YouTube link in. Still the disconnect. We've got the Dow is still up. The SPY is dropping and NAS is dropping along with it. But Dow is still up. So all those bank stocks, etc., probably are still up. Oh, Denver, I'm just looking at my chat channel tabs keep disappearing in the chat room. Not sure I know what you mean. You talking about these tabs? No, paper trading is part of our standard service also. The only reason you would need premium and if you want to paper trade is if you want to do any automated trading, which, look, I don't recommend. Okay, so, but yeah, everything you can manually do trades, set stops, targets, the whole bit, just with our standard service. Hmm. The Oh, you're asking that question for somebody else. Okay, Ty. Oh, I see. Okay. Not sure why that happened, Denver. I don't do anything. The only thing I do is mute myself, but the only thing I do is I just mute right here and that's it. Mute the mic. Other than that, I don't do anything else. That's kind of strange. Are there any good books for day trading? I'm the wrong person to ask. I haven't read any books for so many years now, so I'm sure there are people in here that will say, yes, you could try this one or that one. So we have a question about, are there any good books for day trading? And in the off topic, if anybody wants to chime in and say, yes, I found this one good, or that'd be great. I just don't have any recommendations. Boy, this TGLS, I mean, you talk about a run off 20. Great job. Is it down to 33 now? LCID? Is it really? No, it isn't. You keep saying, why do people keep saying? There we go. Yeah, that is a trading in the zone is psychological, more psychological emotions and all that. I did read that one many years ago. Pretty good. Trade what you see. I've never. I did not. So you've got a couple of choices right below you. Now you see, I thought you only had 21 as a target. I'm sorry, 20 as a target. Had I known you had 22, boy, look at that curve. Wow, what a. Well, I'm going to watch this one tomorrow because this is now an all-time low. I had earnings today. It's an all-time low. Maybe it bounces, but I mean, why would anybody be buying it now? Because it's already had earnings. You know, so there's what sort of excitement is there going to be about this one now? Yeah, practice with our simulator. Okay, I mean, practice with the simulator. Get a feel for, you know, you start to see things. I think I like that one. You check it out. Doesn't work. It does work. Repeat. You know, I mean, it's as Zach says. I mean, there's nothing. I mean, books are great, but once you start trading with real money, it becomes way more emotional. Ooh, my goodness, no kidding. I mean, they had earnings such that they were after hours yesterday. Obviously, the bleak reaction. Look at GME now. Wow, that's a big level. I mean, is this finally, you know, every time I think GME is finally over, done, it isn't. You know, it just isn't. So this has the feel, though, doesn't it? This time, maybe. What's the low here? See, that 145, 136, 132. I mean, we're not that far away from all those. Of course, the big one at 100. But this is a big sell-off. Ooh, and that's the reason. I mean, that, I guess, is, I mean, I don't know if this is exactly when it came out. That's 239. No, that's right now, actually. So I don't know if this if this actually came out before. This inquiry is not expected to adversely impact us. Well, every time we say that, though, with Jamie, every single time, all of a sudden out of nowhere, you know, it pops. But anyway, we'll see now. I really rely on my interactive brokers, okay? Everything you see here, for instance, this is all interactive brokers. I mean, I do rely a little bit on our own news, but it's not, you know, I'll be honest. I mean, I like IB's news, even though it was down earlier today for me, for Canadians. But I think IB's news is great. But I can't. I mean, I'm sure most brokers have some kind of a news site within their platform. No? Yes? William, you have Fidelity and E-Trade. What is their news like? Oh man. Oh no, 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 no. Ah, that was an expensive meeting because this REN, RENN, showed up just at 2 o'clock, just before 2. 1278. I was staring at it thinking, okay. And now look at it, 1150. This has been a great. You want to focus on just a few stocks, guys. I mean, 4 stocks today. Just awesome. And you could play TGLS both ways. Man. All right, guys. Are there any other questions? Here's a huge pop, yes, for Rita now. It's sort of following a little bit of TGLS. All right. I don't see any other questions, so I think I'll just shut it down. Then again, Chris will be there in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30 if you haven't had enough. Okay. Okay, everybody. I was going to shut it down right now. I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. I'll be on the mic at 9. Okay. So the room will be open at least at 8, maybe earlier, but certainly no later than 8 o'clock Eastern Time. Okay. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.